All right. Hello, everybody. I had a a short discussion with Destiny, the political streamer, about AI the other day. And I figured I'd go over the discussion that we had. And because there's a lot of context that I would like to add to. I feel like there's a lot to say about this topic, and I feel like it's kind of hard to get everything in there because you tend to always cover a very broad set of things when it comes to AI. Like it's really difficult to just talk about one thing because you tend to get into art, it gets into the job market, it gets into stuff like what are things we should regulate versus not when it comes to like self-destructive behavior, I guess. Um, and so I wanted to just go over the debate that we had. And also, I know that Destiny is like a super controversial person, and I'm fully aware of that. So I'm just gonna mention that. I know that he's very controversial. There's a lot of people that have good reasons to not like Destiny, but he is very good at debating, and I know that he would probably be a very good person who could call out bullshit arguments, because he's good at doing arguments and like following logic and that kind of stuff. So I really wanted to have a conversation with him to see to kind of like test my own arguments for why I'm generally against AI. And I think that, yeah, I think it would be a, I don't know if I would say that it would be a good place to try it, but I wanted to try it. And obviously I am obviously not a debater at all, and he has way more experience doing that kind of stuff. And I was incredibly nervous going into this conversation because I kind of just flubbed the whole beginning, but that's okay. Okay, all right. So we had the conversation the other day, and I'm just gonna watch the video, and yeah, I'm gonna talk about my thoughts. Okay, all right. Let's see. Can I switch? God, there's way too many screens. Anytime you multi-stream, it's kind of annoying. There we go. Okay, so this is from his stream from 2 days ago. I don't even know what time is anymore. My sleep schedule is kind of messed up. So yeah. And I'm also like during a conversation like this, it's really difficult to like follow chat. And so I'm I don't really know what's going on in chat during the conversation, and it's always kind of terrifying to look at chat afterwards because who knows what people are saying, and but hopefully it's okay. All right. Okay, so this was when I just joined his stream. Let me know as well if the audio is not working, but I think it should be working well. Okay, I guess I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think, I guess on a like much larger scale, this is like a super broad question, but do you think technology can have like negative effects for society in general? Or do you think it's like
Obviously,
always just
yes.
good
Yeah, I think
progress?
that's obviously the case, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to establish that because some people are like, oh, technology is like super neutral and it can never have any negative
Oh,
effects.
I mean, if you want to be mega autistic about it, you could say, yeah, all technology is neutral. It just depends on how it's used. But I mean, like in practice, obviously there are going to be some negatives and some positives, right? Yeah.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm just realizing I'm nervous for some reason. I was super nervous during this because, like, I don't know. Anytime you join like a different group of people you've never talked to before, it's legitimately terrifying. And oh my god, yeah, it's so scary. And like my mouth dried up immediately, and I don't know, and I just lost my train of thought. So yeah, in terms of debate performance, I did not do well if we want to talk about the mechanics of debate in the first like 30 seconds. but whatever. But yeah, it was kind of a like dumb question in the beginning, I feel like, but I wanted to like kind of get at the like there are so many people who have this super shallow take of just like technology is always neutral and there's nothing bad that can happen, and the badness that happens as a result of technology is always the result of people doing bad things with it. And I think it is, I mean, it is sort of, you can reduce it to that, but I do feel like it's kind of used as this like thought terminating idea of just like, oh well, it's just technology, right? It's just technology, and so it's always fine. And then they stop going further than that, right? Video audio is noticeably louder than your mic. I think my mic was really low during this conversation as well. So I think if I lower the volume of the clip, I think my mic during that clip is also going to be really low. So I don't think I can change it too much. I can increase the volume of my microphone here now, I think, maybe. Okay, gain. Do I want to do gain? I always forget if gain clips or not. Okay, is this better? Is this better or worse? Are we testing 1, 2? This is plus 3.2. Or maybe there's no difference. Seems better? Okay. Sounds fine to you. Okay, cool.
Should have wrote down your talking points. Now you're super fucked. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not coming out as well as I wrote it down. It's over.
You're good. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, it's super hard to tell when I'm like asking to have a conversation. It's super hard to tell if you just miss the message or if I'm like nagging and being annoying.
Oh, it's definitely the more nagging and being annoying, but that's okay. We're here. We're having it now.
All right.
You're good. No worries.
Yeah, okay. It's really hard because like it's really difficult to reach people who have a large audience, and I just didn't know, like, it's really hard to if I wanted to have a conversation with him, because I saw, I've seen him have previous conversations about AI, and I wanted to add more. I wanted to add more to that conversation, but I also didn't want to like nag him about it because I do think that he's not super interested in the topic, and so yeah, I think it's a bit of an uphill battle, I guess. Okay, anyway. Okay, so I guess my broad position is that I do think that a lot of the generative AI is largely having a very negative effect on both creative industries as well as the general sense of trust in communication. Would you agree with that, or what do you?
I would say probably a super negative effect on industries in terms of like people being able to monetize and make money off of it, for sure. In terms of community trust, I don't know if I would say super negative yet, but I definitely see it getting there. I don't spend a lot of time in these places, but I get like the very broad vibe that people obviously have very strong opinions about AI, and they feel like they're not getting honest answers from companies they support about their integration or utilization of AI for their projects, broadly speaking. So that is hurting trust a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think I would sort of go a little bit further than that, in the sense that, like, so much of our communication is digital at this point, and because it's so easy to fake engagement and fake communication now with generative AI, I feel like there's a general distrust that's happening where, you probably have felt it as well. Like you see some kind of video or an image and it's hard to know if it's even real, right?
Sure.
I think for me, like, not only in terms of like, are these political takes even real? Are these accounts real? Is this just some kind of like astroturfing? But also within art communities, if you're doing a bunch of digital art, that's, a medium that's inherently online and inherently reproducible by generative AI. I think this is a really, really important thing that there's some people, I know that Adam Neely had a video that he made about AI and music, and I know that Adam Neely mentioned the fact that like maybe music is going to go from being something that we share online into something that we do live instead. That like if you have a live performance of something, that is going to become more and more that's going to become more and more valuable, and everything is going to be shifting towards that as AI music is going to start taking over the online space of what music is supposed to be online and how we share music with each other. And I think that is like that could be something that happens, but I do think that is a really, really negative thing for. I mean, there's so many art forms that just are inherently digital, right? Like, I mean, my entire industry, like game development, is largely digital. I mean, there are board games, sure, but like, if you're going to be having the argument that like, oh, if board games becomes the new popular thing for game developers to start doing instead of digital art, right? I feel like that. I don't know. I feel like that is a genuine loss of an entire art form and kind of giving up that entire art form to an AI. And you could have the argument about like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would say that it's like strictly a bad thing. I think it's a super bad thing. And yeah, we didn't super get into that distinction, I think, but yeah, I think that is a huge issue for me. And I think that like some people shrug it off a little bit too easily. Like you can kind of say that like, oh, it's just gonna pivot, right? I don't think that's a good argument, and I don't think that. I think that those kinds of arguments feel, to me at least, it feels like someone who hasn't really considered the consequences of doing that. Yeah. Also realizing that Twitch chat on screen is like covering my entire face. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe if I do that and then move the Twitch chat a little bit. Maybe that's better. There we go. Okay. There's more and more people using Suno and go like, I made this despite knowing next to nothing about how to make music. Yes, we're going to get into that later. I do feel like that is much more, to me, that's you commissioning a robot, right? Like you're not really making it yourself. You're commissioning someone else to do it. And in this case, it's not even a human, it's a robot, right? So I feel like the thing you can take credit for when you're generating a piece of song in Suno is your input to Suno, right? You can take credit for the words you write in generating that piece of music in Suno. I don't even know if that's what Suno does, if it's words or if you sing to it or whatever, but yeah, I think it's really important to kind of talk about like what role humanity and agency has in art. And like I mentioned in the beginning of the stream, this is part of why I wanted to talk to him about this, because whenever he's talked about AI, I feel like this aspect of AI is almost never talked about. And I think this community really needs exposure to other arguments. And I really wanted to like it. I think it's a really cool opportunity to be able to present those arguments to a community that probably hasn't heard those arguments before. And like I said, there's a lot of people who have very negative opinions about Destiny, and anytime you mention the name, it's going to cause a bunch of discourse in chat. I'm not interested in that discourse, so try to not have too much of that discourse in chat. All right. It's hard to trust that someone actually made it themselves because of generative AI.
Mm-hmm.
And I do feel like this, like you could sort of have the opinion that like, oh, you know, everybody's going to adapt. It's going to be fine in the future because this is just a new normal. We've had technological progress before.
I think there are ways that you can, there are ways you can adapt. So like for Jader, Jader used to ship like 20,000 lines of code like a week on just like random shit. I didn't trust him anything. So what I did was I actually built a computer, I put it in the studio, and now for him to do his coding work, he has to remote in, and then I screen record everything so I can see him actively working through and typing his code. And if he does like big copy pastes, we look up where it's coming from, or if it's like, no, I'm so sorry. I just saw him typing in chat and I just trolled for no fucking reason. I'm so sorry. Okay, go back to what you're saying. I'm done. Go ahead.
I'm like desperately trying to piece together the context because I don't know all of these people.
No,
but
you're good. Go ahead. Go for it. Go ahead.
Wait,
I do think it's very annoying. Sorry, I just hijacked that. I do think it's annoying from a personal level when I get stuff from people and I see that it's like AI generated, because in my mind, this might just be an emotional take, but it's like, if you couldn't take the time to fucking type this up, why the fuck am I going to take the time to read this?
But yeah, that is the thing that to me is weirdly accepted. Like, this has like almost nothing to do with art either. Like, this is something that's super weirdly accepted in like normal society, I feel like. I think it is super strange that emails have this like AI generated responses where I can sort of see it from like a like productivity standpoint. Of course, it's like, okay, if you have 60 billion emails and you have to respond to all of them, and almost all of your responses are kind of the same to many people, like, I mean, there's sort of a use case there. But I also think that like, I would rather have email communications be clearly bot responses than to generate a response that looks like it's not a bot response, but it is a bot response. I think that is a huge undermining of like human communication in general. Like, why would you want to do that to communication? To me, that's just a huge erosion of like why would we even like read emails if, I mean, like he said, like, if you didn't care to write it, why should I care to read it? And yeah, I don't know, it's weird. And I know that some people also feel that like maybe you use ChatGPT because you have maybe you want to respond to an email and you just want to write the bullet points of the points that you want to get across, right? But you don't want to have to do the fluff. You don't want to have to do the formalities. You don't want to have to do the niceness of writing the rest of the email. And you would want to use an AI in order to add that fluff. I think that is sort of one of the use cases that ChatGPT and similar like AI tools are doing, right? And I think for me, if it is the case that people are feeling anxious about filling in the rest of the email, they feel anxious about just sending bullet points, I feel like the better way of doing that is just send the bullet points. Like, just don't add the fluff. Like, I feel like that would be a much more honest type of communication. And I don't think anyone on either the sending end or the receiving end want that fluff. Like, it kind of feels like it's just like corporate formalities for the purpose of formalities. But if it's not a corporate situation, if you want to send like a very personal email to someone, you would add that fluff, right? Like, you would, because then it doesn't feel like fluff. It feels like you're genuinely just being nice, right? And so, yeah, to me, that like, I don't really see why we should have like an AI that generates something that adds more fluff for no other reason other than it's expected, right? Okay. Thor is in my lap. He's being very cuddly over here. He's barely visible because he's so void. Okay. I just send the bullet points as a mail in the end. Yes. Yeah. I feel like that's just better to do, right? It's also very cultural. Northern Europe is very anti-fluff, but that's not the case everywhere. Yeah, I think that's probably true. There's a lot of like, I don't know, I've heard like the Dutch are very, very cold and straight to the point. I I don't know what it's like. Like, well, I shouldn't say too much about this because I haven't been in corporate environments for such a long time, so I don't know what it's like. Um, yeah, I think people in chat probably know a lot more than that. Um, to me, using AI to write emails is like what corporate expects of people most of the time. It's like we're intentionally trying to make humans into machines. Never understood the appeal of that. Yeah, I mean, the appeal for the corporation is usually saving money, right? Like that's why corporations like AI. Well, either saving money or making money, in the case of like implementing AI features everywhere, in theory at least. Okay, but it's also like, isn't that matter? Sorry.
I do think it's annoying. Just be an emotional take, but it's like if you couldn't take and I see that it's like AI generated, because in my mind, this might just be an emotional take, but it's like if you couldn't take the time to fucking type this up, why the fuck am I going to take the time to read this?
But it's also like, isn't that matters a lot though, right? You could say it's emotional, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's kind of the net effect of everything we do, that we want to shape our emotions in a way that's not just productive, but ultimately nice for society, right?
Sure.
I also, one thing that is very thankless when it comes to having conversations like this in a community that's probably primed to disagree with you. I feel like any argument you make that involves emotions, or that involves like societal like shaming, like anything related to shaming, anything related to emotions, I think there's a lot of like there's a lot of people who kind of have this idea of like the like cartoon version of stoicism where like feelings are just like silly and dumb, and like shaming people is just like it's just like stupid, like why would you do that, like I don't know, I think there's a lot of people who are very primed to think that those things are silly, but I do think that like shaming shaming is probably one of the strongest social drivers for changing your behavior. Like if you're with a group of friends and you're talking to each other and you're having fun, and then at some point one of the friends you like the most, your closest friend pulls you to the side and tells you like, hey, look, that thing you said, like that's not okay, like I'm sorry, but what the fuck, like if your friend tells you that, you're gonna feel shame, right? You're probably gonna feel, oh shit, I really need to change on this thing, right? And on the flip side, I would also say that like people who don't feel shame at all, I think that those people are probably some of the most dysfunctional people in society. I think for me, I think that someone like Donald Trump, I think that Donald Trump is like the peak of a person who is incapable of feeling shame. It is fascinating how much you can predict of Donald Trump's behavior if you just try to remember that he is incapable of feeling shame. And I just find that fascinating. I think a lot of people kind of think that they're not affected by shame. You're this mountain of like logic and you have no emotions or whatever. But I think these things do affect behavior and they do affect people. And people are, to some extent hurt by being shamed by people. And I think that's, I don't know, it is a social driver, and I don't think you should dismiss that. And yeah, so like I said, it's not like actual stoicism or whatever, but the like caricature of stoicism, where like it's cool to not care, I guess. There's a lot of people who have that stance, and whenever someone cares a little bit too much about something, it's a little bit embarrassing. Like some people have that approach, and I do think there's quite a lot of people, from what I can tell, who have sort of that approach in his community, at least. Purely judging from chat and my skimming of the chat. Yeah, so I think I'm definitely like coming into this conversation in the negative, and like it's hard to like work my way up. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, and yeah, so for me, I see almost exclusively negative things with generative AI, and it's very difficult for me to. Well, I do know a few things where like generative AI could have some useful use cases that aren't like undermining trust and creativity in general. But I do think it's generally extremely destructive. I think like you were watching Adam Neely's video on AI, and I remember like while you were watching that video, you were talking about how all of these tech bros, the tech billionaires or whatever, how they're losers, right?
Yeah, they are.
And do you remember what you cited when you said why they're losers?
I don't remember what I said, but I know what I normally say. What?
So I do find it interesting that when you talk about why they're losers, it's because they don't have any practical skills to do the things that they sort of pretend that they're able to do, right?
That's maybe one of the reasons, right? Yeah.
And to me, that's kind of like a perfect encapsulation of the problem with generative AI to me, because it's sort of like pretending to be something you're not.
Sure.
Pretending
Can
to
you
have done
speak a
something
little
that
bit
you didn't
though?
actually do.
Can you speak a little bit though to the
Sorry for interrupting the chain of conversation, but I feel like there is a. I thought he would have a different response there. I think we do get into it a little bit later, but like I mentioned there, that there's an aspect of deception in generative AI. But I think the kind of the natural next question to ask is, what if someone is honest about the fact that they used generative AI? And I think the moment you're honest about it, you get into a more difficult question about like, okay, so maybe like am I okay with generative AI if people are honest with the fact that they use generative AI? And my intuition is that no, I'm still not okay with it. So then the reasons I'm not okay with it is something else, right? So yeah, I thought he would go there, but he didn't. But I think we touch on that a little bit later in the conversation. All right, I'll rewind a little bit. I like that answer. It's pretending to be something it's not. Yeah, and that, well, yeah, that sort of gets into like the over promising that a lot of companies are doing when it comes to AI as well, right? And oh shit, there was one more thing I wanted to mention about that. What was it? It just like escaped my brain. Okay, never mind. I forgot. It got deleted. In me. Because it's sort of like pretending to be something you're not.
Sure.
Like pretending
Can
to
you
have done
speak a
something
little
that you
bit
didn't
though?
actually do.
Can you speak a little bit though to the difference that you feel between? Because some people would say the same thing about you're not a real musician. You work in a digital audio workstation. So how am I supposed to say like you can't even play an instrument? How can you call yourself a musician when you're making songs in a digital workstation? What do you think is the difference between those two things?
I think the difference is that you are still responsible for the composition and the general shape of the things that you're making, right? Like you're not outsourcing that to someone else. Like you are still producing it. Like to me, I sort of see it similar as like photography. Like I know some people say that thing about photography where like, oh, photography isn't a real art. Because, you're just finding stuff in reality and you're taking a picture of it like, wow, big deal,
Okay.
right?
I don't know who says that, but I'll take your word for it. So I'm sure somebody probably criticizes
Some
for
people
that.
say that I heard a lot of arguments like that way back.
Okay.
Mostly from people who do art, like illustration. So, oh yeah, that was the thing that someone mentioned in chat. That we measure AI success based off of how much it's able to convince us that a human did that thing. Like that is the metric of success for AI, which I think is a very, like, it's kind of a scary metric when you think about it. And honestly, I feel like there's, like, the metric is not how truthful is it or how much did this improve the health of the person using the AI, right? It's all about appearing human. And if that's your metric for improving an AI, obviously there's probably going to be a lot of different types of AI. Not all AIs work on this metric, but that element of deception and pretending to be human when it's not. I mean, I think that's probably directly like related to why there's people who have kind of lost their minds with AI, right? It's one of the metrics used. Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of other metrics as well. Thor! Hey! Jesus. Zoomies. What's up? What's up, buddy? Suddenly a cat flew across the apartment. Okay, I'm just gonna check in on Thor to make sure he's okay. He's usually not this fast. Thor! Hey! Hello. What's up? Want snacks? You want snackles? You? Come on, buddy. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Hey. Just a moment. Thor is an old cat, and because Thor is old, I need to keep track of his health, and he's acting a little bit weird. He's probably fine, but he's got a very puffed up tail, and I'm not sure why. So I'll be back in a bit, in maybe, I don't know, a minute or something, or two. Probably just a minute. Good job, buddy. Good job. Yeah, good job. Good job, Thor. Yeah. Hey. Why are you so fast, buddy? Hey? Okay. Okay. Okay, he's got the post-poop zoomies right now. I think he was just constipated, and he managed to poop, and so now he's just a little bit fast after the poop, I think. What's up there? Hey? Hello? Okay. We've all been there. Do we all get zoomies after pooping? I feel like I'm usually not very fast after that, but I guess Thor is. Okay, alright. I'm gonna back up a few seconds. From people who do art, like illustration. So, but I think it's different in the sense that, like, in photography, like, there is there is an actual story of you were in that location, you selected the framing for this shot, you decided to shape the scene in a way from your perspective, right? And that agency, I think, matters and adds context to the piece of art that you just don't get with generative AI. And so I
Sure.
do think it's fundamentally different in that sense. We could also talk about, in a sense, generative AI is sort of like, it doesn't always have to be pretending that you did something you didn't actually do, but it often comes across that way. Because like even, the boomers and Facebook and all the stuff that they see there, like even if someone, adds some kind of caveat in the description of this AI generated video of a dog being rescued in a flood, like people love it and think it's not AI, even though they have a disclaimer at the end of the description, right?
Okay.
And I feel like this was one of the more like, this just made me so depressed. One of the things I've seen kind of beyond that, it's like there's this AI generated video on Facebook and a bunch of people missed the disclaimer that was at the end of the description of that like either video or at the end, the description of or I don't know if it's called description, comment, I guess, attached to the video. Like at the end of that comment, it did have a disclaimer, like this video is AI generated. And the fact that everybody missed that and thinks it's real, that is very sad. But then on top of that, there are a few comments who are just like, oh, I know that it's AI generated, but I think it's really nice regardless. And that to me is like, Jesus Christ, that is so sad. This is genuinely really sad that there's people who like know that it's AI generated and they're okay with stuff that's like kind of just designed for, I mean, honestly, it is designed for engagement baiting, right? Like there's so much stuff on Facebook like that. It's like, dear God. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Ugh. It's gross. I think it's awful. So, yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm rambling. I don't know if that was cohesive.
The ultimate point you're making here is that people. I guess what is the point you're making here? So some people will, obviously, the micro point here was that people will mistake things for not being AI, even though they are AI. And then ultimately, this is bad because you were speaking to the distinction that you would make between using some digital tools to make things easier versus things that are making, you use the word agency, I guess some level of choice or decision about what the content actually is, that AI is doing this in a way that individual human beings using digital tools, the digital tools don't really do that in the way that AI is doing it now, is kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's ultimately like the agency part matters because when you claim to be someone who's able to do something, I think you're putting an expectation in people's minds.
Okay.
And if you're not able to do that thing, I mean, you just kind of come across as a charlatan in a way. Like if you're just doing vibe coding and you claim to be a programmer, I don't know if you should make that claim. So this is something where I think the argument against that would probably be that, like, what if that just becomes the new norm? What if vibe coding just is the future of programming? And then whatever we call what people used to do of like programming by hand, right? Maybe that's just not going to be the norm anymore. But I think I would just move on to a different argument there, rather than it being about a kind of deception thing. I think the deception stuff, I think, is probably some of the most destructive stuff. But if there's transparency and honesty there, then my argument is no longer about deception, obviously, because then it's no longer deceptive in the same way, I think. I do think all good programmers leverage AI in some way, shape, or form. I don't. I mean, you're probably right, but I don't want to believe you. Because I don't use AI much at all. I've tried it a few times just to see like what it's like, and I probably used it incorrectly, but but it's just been a pretty bad experience for me using AI. I think the like my primary, like actual useful use case for AI to me is as a search engine, because it does have like natural language like parsing in a way that Google just doesn't, because it's keyword based, right? So like for example, there's certain like certain computer issues where like you kind of find like if I have a computer issue about let's say that my shift key is not working or something. And it's only not working when I have Windows Explorer focused or something. And then the only thing I find is people who have the issue where shift doesn't work when something else is focused, when Windows Explorer is not focused. And then every result on Google is only that issue, but I want the kind of opposite of that issue. But there's no way for me to like, or I mean, there are ways, but it's annoying to try to like find the right keywords to get to the results and the actual issue that you're having. And I do like the way that like some of the AI bots are able to disambiguate those, because you can ask questions with very high precision. And I think that like natural language parsing aspect, I think is super, super useful. And I wish search engines would try to find a way to extract that out from the AI models, because right now, if I understand it correctly, I think the natural language parsing stuff is kind of embedded into the model itself, so I don't think they're separable. I could be wrong about this, but yeah, I'm sure someone might know more about how separable those things are. Keep trying AI, and the back and forth required to get a workable solution feels like it takes longer than me just doing conventional research and writing it. Yeah, and like, yeah, this is probably also a case of me not using it like well, or just using, and like maybe ChatGPT is one of the worst models out there, and me still using that for my AI experiments. That is just like the worst possible model. I think most people talk about other models now, like Claude, I think, or I don't even know what the other ones are. I just hear Claude every now and then. Wait, I had a point. It escaped my brain again. God damn it. It's over. Okay. Yeah, so I think like if you have an AI where it's only used as a search engine and it doesn't like generate responses, and it only helps you find human written sources online, I think that's a good use of AI. Assuming it doesn't like destroy the planet or whatever nefarious stuff is happening in the background, but assuming that's not a problem, then I'm totally fine with having AIs that can help search queries have a natural language understanding and then give you better results. I think that's a really cool use of AI. I think that's awesome. Go for it. You know, like I would love for search to be better, because search is kind of annoying right now, right? So like, I guess it's a little bit inaccurate to say that I'm like entirely anti-AI, but I'm anti-AI in the sense that like most things that people use AI for right now, I think is hot garbage, especially when it comes to creative industries. I hate AI being used in creative fields. There are a few exceptions, but there are not many, and the vast majority of use cases within creative fields, I think, are entirely destructive. I think that is god-awful. Human written sources, that's easier said than done. Yeah, and it's partially the fault of AI, right? It's either going to be like AI generated articles, or it's going to be like SEO slop, where it's like it's about as close to AI generated articles you can get without having an AI writing it, where someone is like just robotically following a set of like Google SEO optimization things just to get clicks on their website. Like I think it's so hollow. in the sense that like if you're making music and you're talking to someone who plays some kind of instrument, whether that's piano or whatever, they might say that, oh, if you're not actually doing the performance, you're kind of deceptive if you've been sitting in a digital audio workstation to make some kind of melody or whatever. But usually the people who sit in those workstations don't claim to be good like performers. They rather make claims about their composition and the melodies and all of that stuff, right? This is kind of one of my bigger issues when it comes to the deception aspect, where a lot of people who I see use AI art kind of like they just present it without context and without disclosing the fact that it's AI, to just kind of like get the clout of that, someone who actually has a bunch of skills would get for making that kind of output, right? I think that is just, I think it's just shitty. I think it's a form of deception that I just think is gross.
Sure. That makes more sense.
And
So like so this might be more akin to like if people who were prompting AI, instead of calling themselves like people who make videos, they call themselves people who are like proficient at prompting Claude or whatever for a funny video, that it would be a little bit more honest. Maybe not necessarily good or bad, but at least, the conversation would be a little bit more honest, I guess.
Yeah, like the same way if you're like a CEO of a big tech company and you're doing like animation, or like maybe you're doing, I meant to say you run an animation studio there. I feel like I just flubbed that whole point. Big tech company and you're doing like animation, or like maybe you're doing, could be anything, whatever you do. Like if you as the CEO claim to be good at the things your employees are doing, or kind of pretend that you are, I do feel like there's some kind of deception that's happening there, which is very similar to me as kind of like taking credit for the output of someone else, which is something that I think is really bad with generative AI.
Okay.
Or like people who use it, rather.
Okay. Let's assume that we lived in a world where everybody was like super open and honest and knew that like, okay, well, these people are just prompting AI, but then that content becomes more popular anyway. How do you speak to something like that?
I think it's really depressing.
Sure. But depressing is, especially from somebody who I'm assuming, what do you do again? Are you artist or programmer?
I'm a game developer.
Game developer. Okay, yeah.
So I do
I can
some programming, yeah.
Sure. I can sympathize with the...
I feel like I totally underplayed my experience. Like, there was a friend who wrote to me and she was like, why did you say you do some programming? I feel like it was just the like, I was just oh no, I'm just a little guy in the corner, like hold on. I feel like I'm actually pretty accomplished and I just totally did not leverage that at all. But like maybe I should have, just to get the community a little bit more on my side, but I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable bragging, and it often comes across kind of shitty. And so like I really don't like doing that. I'm kind of uncomfortable doing it. I've been trying to get more comfortable doing that kind of thing, not like bragging, but like just feeling more okay mentioning that. But I do also feel like it's there's some value in being, speaking of deception, there's some value in being sort of undercover in this conversation, in that like if they don't know who I am, they don't know what my experience is, I'm gonna get a much more unbiased response from Destiny's chat, right? And I think that's really valuable, because like the moment you become like big on the internet, the moment you're popular, the moment a lot of people know who you are, you have a tendency to kind of automatically just get surrounded by people who respect you and look up to you. And you have very few checks on your opinion. Like if you're a streamer, then most of the people who watch your stream regularly, they're gonna like the stuff that you do. That's why they're there, and they're more like inclined to defend your opinions or whatever. And so I do feel like there is a value in kind of not trying to lean on authority or leaning on like my experience or whatever. But I do feel like there is a bit of a downside to that, though, in that a lot of people don't start with a neutral opinion. They kind of start with a negative opinion of whatever it is I'm saying. So like, I feel like maybe I could have just added a little bit more just to move some chatters from like negative to neutral at the very least. Um, yeah, yeah, I did look over some of the chat yesterday after the conversation, and I did notice that like it is kind of interesting that I feel like there's not a whole lot of good arguments in his chat. I feel like most of the arguments that were against me were kind of just like shitting on me for no reason, and I feel like those are not really arguments, and so that kind of gives me a confidence boost in a backwards way, where like, because if I felt the chat had good arguments against what I was saying, I would feel like, oh shit, okay, I feel like I made a mistake. Like I should change my opinion on this because damn, they actually make a good point. But when people in chat are just like, oh, who the fuck is this? She's stupid or whatever. Like that's not an argument, right? That just tell me what did I say that was stupid, you know, elaborate on it. Tell me why it's stupid so that I can learn from your big brain, right? I feel like if the response from chat is very shallow and not substantive, then it's really hard for me to take their messages seriously as well.
A depressing feeling. Although I would say a lot of musicians definitely feel that way when it comes to like sample libraries and stuff as well. That like, oh, they don't have to hire us anymore to play anything. Like Hollywood can just, you know, play it off of a fucking, you know, whatever sample library instead.
So do you think that something bad happened there in that transition?
Um,
And I guess you would say that the something bad did happen, but the positives outweigh the negatives, sort of.
I would have to think about that a lot. Something bad absolutely happened. I think that's undeniable. I think anybody that has spent, I think it's impossible to spend any amount of time working with any art ever and to come away thinking that it's good when you're removing human elements from anything, right? Like you can argue.
I feel like I feel like this is one of those. I think this is one of those things where if I want to have the stance that I have on AI, there is a bit of an uncomfortable like thing where I sort of have to bite the bullet on saying that some of the tools that we used even before generative AI does have the same detrimental effect. And I think a lot of people are very uncomfortable with that. And yeah, I don't know, because some people sort of draw this like super sharp line and say that generative AI is entirely categorically different and anything before generative AI is entirely fine. And it's a little bit easier to say that, but I do think that there are things that, or there are technologies that have reduced humanity in art, and I think I have to admit that. Wait, is the mic weird? Hold on. Hold on. Is my audio card again? Testing 1 2, testing. Is it good? Yes or no? Okay, it's good. Cool. Thank you. Okay. Big AI tried to ruin my stream. Okay. Oh my god, what was I talking about? Oh, that like there are certain technologies that I think there are certain technologies that do remove humanity from the art that we make in a way that we probably haven't really, maybe some people have. I guess I never really thought about it that much. That like, you know, if I do use a sample of someone playing the drums, if I make a song in FL Studio and I use a drum machine in FL Studio or just a drum sample, and I release some piece of music from that, right? I did not play those drums. And I think it is true to say that there's more artistic value in that piece if I did play those drums than in the case where I just sampled an existing recording. And I think that is true, that something was lost there. And I don't think it's entirely true to say that, like, you know, that having drum machines made zero impact on, like, made zero negative impact. I do think that did make a negative impact. But the thing I would also say is that, like, the positive impact is massive. And I think that is one of the things that kind of outweighs the negatives. Where, like, the moment you could make music in digital workstations, the moment you were able to do that, entire new genres spawned, right? And I think that was pretty cool. And there is, of course, a lot more, like, sloppily produced bad music. But then again, I mean, it's not like just because you play an instrument, you're good at playing that instrument and you're able to do composition well. Like, these are still separate skills. And it's not like human-made art is inherently good art. It can still be full of humanity, but just kind of be uninteresting or boring or whatever you want to judge it by, right? But I do think there's more like humanity in the art that has more thought and effort put into it. I do think that the thought and the effort is actually something that matters. I don't think it is just about the result. I do think that the effort that went into it does matter. Which is something I'm going to find out later in this conversation. There's some people who seem to think that this has zero impact on art, that like the output is the only thing that matters, regardless of how that output got there. And I have a very hard time believing people when they say that, because that is just bonkers to me. That is wild. But yeah, we're going to get there later in the conversation. Okay.
That something bad happened with DAWs, you know, replacing, or sample libraries replacing musicians, or whatever, that any of these things are bad. And anytime you're moving more humans from any kind of the creative process, it sucks. I think that the benefits that we're gaining that are unfortunate, it's hard to say, but like, what? Oh, you're good, don't worry. Oh, sorry. So the big, okay, what do you, can you tell me more specifically, what do you do?
Well, so it's complicated, but I've been a professional game developer for like 15 years.
Sure. When you say like game developer, though, are we talking like management? Are you like a designer, programmer? Are you like concept art? Do you do like environment art? What is it?
I'm a technical artist for the most part, which usually is somewhere in between tech and art in a very simplistic way.
Okay.
So I do shader programming, I do render pipeline stuff. I also do some regular gameplay programming, but I also do some 3D art. So it kind of depends on like when in my life I did any given thing. I'm an indie developer pretty much, so you kind of have to do
a little bit of
everything,
sure.
Hats, right?
Okay. So I don't know, I guess if you would have gotten this as much, but one thing that's very annoying when you work in any kind of art field that is where the products are consumed by the public is people in your real life will cheapify what you do very quickly. So if you are a musician or if you're a photographer, it's not uncommon that you'll find, you know, forums of musicians and photographers saying like, hey, what can I do? My friend just asked me to help them draw their 12-panel manga and they're offering me $50 for it. And I don't know how to tell the person that this is an insulting offer. Or a friend said, hey, you still have like cameras and stuff. You should come with me to my wedding and photograph it, you know, as like a favor, you know, and people always like cheapify their friends' artistic talents. I think that there's like this huge demand for art stuff everywhere, right? In video games and advertisement and movies and and like everything, there's this huge demand. And to pay an actual human to do any of it is a lot of money compared to now prompting AI. But I mean, like even before prompting, you had like stock images, you had 3D generated stuff, you had a million different ways to get, you know, the stuff. And now you found like the ultimate cheapo way to do it. Sorry, to go back to the thing I was saying at the very beginning, it's impossible to work in any art field and not feel a little bit sad by this because of the 2 points you brought in earlier. One is the huge damage to the community because now all these people are basically out of work. It's already hard to make it when you do art or any kind of artistic or video or whatever audio thing. If you do any of this professional, it's already hard to make it. And now you're being threatened by so many different new technologies. Yeah. So sorry, I think I don't know why I just yapped all that. I yapped all that in response to like, yeah, I feel like something is obviously lost. It feels bad for sure. I don't know how you avoid that though, aside from like literally legislating against it because the technology is going to be and already is to some extent so pervasive. Yeah.
I think that is one of those things where I think it is unfortunately true that like even if AI made zero progress from wherever it is right now, um, I think AI can do significant amount of damage to society already, even if it doesn't like go further than at the point where it is now, because I think it is a failure of imagination that people don't think that AI is useful for making games. For example, if your goal is to make games as quickly as possible, um, it is absolutely possible to leverage generative AI to make games faster. You can make all of your sprites with it, maybe not all of them, but you can make a lot of sprites with it. You can make backgrounds with it. You can do concept arts with it. You can make textures with it. And all of this stuff doesn't require making the technology like significantly like more advanced. All it requires is better tooling. And I'm a tool developer. I can actually use my experience here. I think that the tools that I've seen so far they're not even close to the stuff that you can do with the current technology with AI. And so I think at least for me, I have to admit that it can be really useful in order to make games faster. I think that is true. But I think it's also, to me, that is also the problem. That's why I don't like it, because it encourages making games faster and sloppier and with less humanity in it. And I think that has detrimental effect to the creative field as a whole. I think there is a purpose to having people who worked on creative projects, whether that's games, whether that's software, whatever it is, right? I think there's value in that someone cared about every corner of this thing, whatever it is. And I would also say that, take the stuff that I make. I am a game developer, I do freelance work, and I'm a tool developer. And when I look back at the stuff that I made, almost all of it is in Unity, the game engine. So you could say, wouldn't it be better if you made your own engine instead of kind of leaning on Unity, the game engine, and sort of pretending you made the whole thing when you didn't actually, right? Of course, I would be the first to say like, oh yeah, I'm using Unity, or I'm using Godot, or I'm using Unreal, or whatever, right? Um, so, but I do think even if that's the case, I do think that there is something nice about the fact that Unity was still and is still being worked on by people. I think that, so like, even if I didn't work on Unity, there are people who did. There are people who have that background and had that story of creating that thing. And so I feel like a lot of the humanity is still preserved in whatever it is that shaped the thing that I'm using, right? And you could sort of regress all the way back and say that, well, isn't generative AI also in the end human made because, a human made the technology that makes the AI. But then it gets back to like the AI did the composition and the design in its output, but humans that the humans are not involved in that. The like that's still like that's like a secondary thing instead of the primary thing that the humans are doing. And like I would say that the human story of creating the like generative AI models and like the humans who the humans who like came up with the technologies that are used in like stable diffusion, like the diffusion model stuff, like the story of the people who came up with that idea, all the math and research that went into it, and even just like on a neutral level, it is genuinely impressive and intimidating, right? I think that's like that in isolation, I think is cool, but the output that those models make are not human designed, right? They just kind of happen. It's an emergent thing. And the moment all the stuff we start using is just part of that emergent property, nobody can talk about what their intent was in specific designs within the output of all of these emergent, like, generative AI models, because they didn't design it. There was no intent in the vast majority of these outputs. Like, maybe you can kind of find a way where, like, oh, I'm going to use generative AI and I'm going to tell it in my 256 by 256 pixel sprite, I'm going to tell the AI what color to make each pixel. Then obviously you have designed every single part of the output. But most people are not going to use it that way, right? Thor? Oh yeah, maybe Thor wants food. Hold on. Let me get the old man some food. Okay. I assume that was a baby? I mean, it's a cat. He's 17. Red wall is such a nice color, by the way. You know what color this is? This is the Team Fortress 2 red color. I did the conversion, and I have the official Team Fortress 2 red. Well, as close as you can get from converting RGB encoded colors into physical colors, but... What hex code? Whatever's in the official palette of the Team Fortress 2. There's a palette for the Team Fortress 2 colors that you can find. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think it's going to be super hard to fight back against it because the incentives are... Oh wait, I need the context. What were we talking about?
Sliding against it because the technology is going to be, and already is to some extent, so pervasive. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super hard to fight back against it because the incentives are just so misaligned. Like, financially, it makes so much sense for any company to start using AI, especially for art. And so I feel like I don't think like you can make much progress legally in general or for like corporate politics, but I do think you might be able to make a progress socially. I think there used to be a very positive sentiment around generative AI, but I think it's starting to tilt negative, which I think is really, really good in terms of... So I'm not 100% sure if this is just my feeds and my circles, but there were a lot of positive AI sentiments that I saw, at least in my feeds. Maybe like around the time when ChatGPT released their public model. I think most people were relatively positive about it. Even game developers. A lot of game developers were like, oh, this is really fun. It's really cool. I thought ChatGPT was fun. Just getting responses that were kind of funny and weird and slightly wrong. Yeah, but I do feel like it's become negative of late. But maybe that's just in my circles. Maybe that's just in my like game dev circles and the people that I follow. I think artists were probably, like illustrators were probably one of the first groups that were like against it early on. But I think there's a lot more negative sentiment around it now. I think the only exception I would put there is probably programmers. I think most coders, I think, are generally positive towards it. I would guess. But that's mostly based on what people ask me in chat and what I see online. I don't know how to like get a study on this or whatever. So I don't know what your impressions are. But I sort of get the impression that like most programmers like having a smarter autocomplete and asking Claude questions about documentation or like, oh, how do I make a how do I make a post request to this endpoint, and please give me a JSON type that I can populate. Like, I feel like a lot of programmers probably use AI that way. Let me know if I'm wrong, by the way, but that's my impression. Um, um, yeah, that's what I would guess at least. And I think most programmers probably like look at generative AI a lot more from the perspective of just as a tool for programming. Um, but I think the moment you go a little bit further into the more creative side of things, I think that is when it starts getting really, really painful and bad. Um, and I think a lot of programmers also don't really think about art that much. And in the same way, I think a lot of artists also don't think about programming that much. I think you have a tendency to sort of have this bias of, you know, my field matters a little bit more to me and I respect it a little bit more, and all of the other fields are just means to an end. I think it's easy to have a bias towards that, of like, oh, programming, that's just a means to an end, right? Like maybe a game designer feels like, oh, programming is just the way that we get the thing done, that we just have to do it. It's a necessary evil, right? Um, but for me, I don't see programming as a necessary evil. I genuinely like programming. Like I love the problem solving process. That's enjoyable to me. And I realize that these are very different approaches to programming. And so that's, I don't know, I don't exactly know. I don't know how much you can judge people based on AI usage when it comes to those things. I don't know. It's really hard to know where to draw the line and what's just like my personal opinion and what's more universal, and what's like, I don't know, what's like negative short term or negative long term, and how, like, whether it should be socially shamed or if it should be like regulated or if it should be banned outright. Like, it's really hard to know where to draw the lines for all of these things sometimes. And I feel like this also kind of like, a lot of these conversations we didn't really have to have a while back, but now AI is kind of forcing us to have some of these conversations. Someone donated. Tell Thor I said meow. Thank you so much for the $30. I can't really see your name. I'm sorry, Yak something, and then it's shortened. Really funny when writers local code complete models tries to guess what I'm doing, and it occasionally gets it right, but most of the time it's just a distracting novelty. Yeah, it kind of auto-enabled for a bit, and I was also leaving it on for a while. And it's like, I don't, it's that classic thing of the classic AI thing, I guess, of like when it makes mistakes, the mistakes are very subtle, or not always. Sometimes they're just blatantly wrong, but they do have these like subtle mistakes. You kind of have to like read through the whole thing regardless, and then I'm like, why do I not just like type it myself? If I have to like proofread it, then why not just type it? If it's, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. I also get this like silly like, what's it called? The oppositional defiance or whatever, where like if I start typing and the AI is like guessing exactly what I was going to type, sometimes I'm like, well, don't tell me what to do. I'm gonna write it myself, you jerk. Like, don't write the code for me. It's silly. Culture. I think there used to be a very positive sentiment around generative AI, but I think it's starting to tilt negative, which I think is really, really good in terms of culture. Like, I do think that companies should feel ashamed by using AI, and I do think it's justified to shame people for using AI. And I would also say that whenever I've used AI, I feel shame myself. And I think that is correct. In a sense.
While I understand what you're saying there, my God, the financial savings are, and the amount of output that you can achieve using these things, I feel like it's going to be so great. Like if we were talking like a 10% improvement in output, then I think you could shame people away from it. But in some cases...
Oh, his chat did not like that take. They did not like that at all. Did you just ignore her argument? I guess he's sort of saying that like the whatever pressure you would put on companies by shaming them is going to be massively outweighed by the financial savings that they can do. I think that's where he's going.
Cases, if we're talking about like a 200 to 1000% increase in output where you're replacing sometimes multiple employees by having a single employee that's capable of utilizing these things and they're only getting more efficient, I feel like that's going to be really hard to do. And I also feel like for some of these industries, like this sucks because when you're an artist, it's already hard to make money, but because I don't know if this all people are just Americans. Americans are so fucking spoiled. Like if you were to tell a video game person that like video games are going to cost $65 instead of $60, video gamers would kill themselves en masse. They can't pay for fucking anything, but they'll waste infinite money on fucking DoorDash and Uber Eats and skins on League or whatever, but they won't actually pay for games more. So if you can have companies that can operate so much more cost effectively than you, I just don't know how you survive that financial pressure.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't really have a good I don't have a good answer to like how to solve it in a way. Apart from like just trying to push back in the sense of just I mean it sounds silly to say that you should shame people for using it, but I do genuinely feel like it does matter. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be so hard to do that. But I do think it is kind of the only avenue where you actually, as the collective community of artists and game developers, I feel like you do have, or I guess because that's my community, I feel like we do have some amount of leverage, and I think it's good to use it and at least try using it to not succumb to a future of slop. Like I feel like there's value in doing that, even if it's going to be a near impossible fight. Like I don't know. I feel like if there's a 1% chance that we can avoid the slop future of game development, I think that that's a good thing to try to do. Don't you think that if you shame people, they'll encastle themselves where you won't be able to reach them anymore? There's obviously good ways and bad ways of shaming people. I think that you can be obnoxious online and just kind of be an asshole and be shitty towards people, but that's not the kind of shaming that I'm talking about. I feel like to me it has more to do with like if you're at a company and some higher up is pushing like generative AI and wanting to replace a bunch of artists, I think the artists who work at that company should, get together and be like, hey, this is not cool. Like this feels kind of shitty. Like, do you not value our work? Do you really want to replace us with this slop? Like, I think it is possible to have that attitude in companies. Obviously, it's hard because you don't want to lose your job and you don't want to be the annoying one at the company. So like there's obviously the corporate dynamics there that is going to be rough and difficult, but yeah, there's ways of shaming people without being obnoxious about it. But I guess like when I say shaming, maybe I need to find a better word. I don't know if shame is like a good word for this. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. That was difficult, I think. But you are right. Like it can absolutely backfire if you do it. If you mess up the strategy that you have while shaming someone, you can absolutely push them in the other direction. That's like it's such a human thing, and it happens so much, and it's very frustrating when that happens. So, um, it's so weird the way he answers. His arguments do not rethink the way AI is used, but he argues with the implicitly the AI is here and how to manage it. I think that your debate is more than that. Yeah, we're gonna get into that as well. Because now we're kind of like this is kind of a conversation about the like practicalities. I think he mentions it like right after this. You even said you do that yourself earlier with the opposition bias. Yeah, for sure. That is, it's like when your parents tell you to do something and you have this like knee-jerk reaction to do the opposite thing, which is obviously, it can be kind of stupid. But hopefully you realize that after a while, and maybe not Like in that moment, maybe you don't change your mind in that moment, but in the future, maybe it's going to change, right? Do you think the analogy of fast food and real restaurants food would be a good comparison? We actually talk about that later. There is a thing, there is a thought experiment that I really wanted to bring up, but I thought about it too late. Um, so 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 I'm just gonna mention it now. Why not? So okay, so the thought experiment is, let's say that you found a pill, and this pill was, it tastes like the best food you've ever had, or maybe it's like 96% good. Just having it in your mouth tastes amazing. And you're like, holy shit, this pill is the best food ever. Maybe you can even chew it. It's got the texture and everything. And it's going to last. It's not like a chewing gum that loses the flavor after a while. It's like the perfect thing you can chew and get a flavor experience from. Let's say this is so tasty that this becomes the new norm. This is the thing that people start eating on a regular basis. Families eat it. The people who live alone eat it, and it's just, that is just the one thing that you eat. And let's say that you like it a little bit better than pretty much any and all food you would get at a restaurant. I think this would almost certainly wipe out a huge industry of restaurants, of people who have, people who make food for you anywhere and everywhere. And I guess the big question would be like, would this be a bad thing for society, or do you think this is a good thing for society? Yes, we gained a very like tasty thing that we can chew on and eat, but we've also lost something, in my opinion. And is that thing worth protecting or not? I think that is kind of I think that's an important thing to ask yourself, because if, wouldn't that end world hunger? I mean, if it did, then that's going to get into a whole other thing. But let's say it didn't. There's still the same incentives and resource pipelines are all still almost the same. So let's say that it doesn't solve world hunger. So for me, this is a case of like, I don't know, watch any movie where people are traveling, going to a different country, or maybe you yourself in your life, you've traveled and gone to different places. Like, part of what you probably enjoy about traveling, and probably some of the things you enjoy doing with your friends, is hanging out and having lunch and having dinner, going to a restaurant, going on a date. There are so many things that relate to food and the entire like food service industry that is basically a nexus of an aspect of cultural exchange. We do appreciate foods from different regions of the world, and restaurants kind of leverage that and make us exposed to all the different flavors and the ways that people cook food. And I think that is a genuine, something that people genuinely appreciate with traveling and hanging out with people. And if it is just simply the case that this restaurant pill is somehow going to make it financially not viable to start a restaurant anymore, and in the end you end up with, you have one restaurant in every city. That's the net result of this. One restaurant in every city, and restaurants are going to become a luxury good, and only violently rich people go to restaurants because, like, holy shit, like, food made by people, that's expensive, right? Like, holy shit. Like, that's the future. Did we lose something there? I think, in my opinion, I think we would have lost a huge part of culture if food culture is effectively eliminated and only isolated to like a very tiny sliver of society who can afford what has now become a very like premium, expensive experience of going to a restaurant. I think a bad thing happened there. But if you are someone who think that nothing bad happened there, and you're going to say, well, I mean, it seems really convenient. Like, I don't like microwaving food or whatever. It's kind of annoying to have to do that. So if I just had a pill that would just be tasty, that sounds amazing. And so let's just embrace the future. And to some extent, I would even agree with that aspect of it. But the question is not, is this thing positive? The question is, do the negative effects outweigh the positive effects? That is the question. And I feel like the negative consequences are huge. And you can kind of tie into this to a lot more things in society where I don't want to go too far into this, but like there is a kind of general alienation of modern society. I think a lot of people are moving further and further away from each other, and we're becoming kind of isolated in our own bubbles, where, you know, we used to work at an office, we used to hang out with our family, but oh yeah, well, you get older and then you move out and then you live alone. And then, okay, but at least you have your coworkers. But then, but you know, I'm going to work from home, so you don't have anyone you meet at work anymore. But there's people you have neighbors, right? But maybe you don't really want to interact with your neighbors. You don't really know them, so whatever, I'm not going to interact with them. And then you go to the grocery store to get some groceries. And then all the cashiers are starting to get replaced by self-checkout machines, which, I mean, that's kind of convenient to not have to talk to anyone, right? It's kind of nice. I can just be in my headphones and I don't have to interact with any people. I could just like go to the self-checkout and then never have to meet anyone, right? But then maybe you're like, oh, but you know what? I'm just going to order groceries. There's like grocery delivery services. So I'm not even going to go to the grocery store. I'm just going to stay in my bubble. And then, but you know, you can at least still interact with humans online and on social media or watching a stream, watching YouTube videos. But now, even this is a place where we're about to remove humanity. Like yet another one of these things of like, okay, well, you know what? Fuck it. Art is not even gonna be human made anymore. And you're gonna be talking to an AI bot now, whenever you would have talked to a human before. I think like the more we go in this direction, and not just going in that direction, but like going in that direction kind of blindly without like considering the effects of this, I think is dangerous. I do think that like there is a very big negative effect where people kind of become detached from any amount of like social networks. Not like online social networks, but like the social networks in terms of like having friends, talking to friends and meeting new people, being exposed to other people who you haven't been exposed to before. I think there's value there. And I think it sort of comes down to this like there's an obsession with productivity and removing friction that I think is starting to have a bunch of negative effects on people. I think the negative effects are long-term and very slow. I don't think they're immediate. I think the positive effects are immediate though, because, you know, most of the things that I'm mentioning here, I'm legitimately, I don't like interacting with the cashier. I don't want to. And I do think the self-checkout is kind of nice that I don't have to, you know, interact with anyone. If I'm in a phone call in my headphones, I don't have to like interrupt that phone call. If I'm listening to music, it's not going to get interrupted. And I can just like do my thing and not have to bother. But I do think that there is a purpose to friction, and there is a purpose to having social interaction. As much as I'm kind of the first one who would say I don't like socializing, I genuinely don't. But it's kind of like exercise in a way, where like I don't enjoy exercising. It's really boring, but it is really good for you, right? It even hurts to exercise at times, but it is good for you. And I think there's some social stuff that is also good for you, where yes, in the short term, it might be nice to not have to do any socialization. It's convenient, it's productive, you can focus on your stuff, but you become socially isolated, and I think there's so much value to get from humanity by having some amount of friction in order to get exposed to other people's opinions, thoughts, directions in life, and importantly, getting inspired by other people. I think those things are valuable, and I think we're kind of blindly ignoring that, especially in the tech world, we're kind of just like, you know what, productivity is the only thing that matters. Everything else is just like, the future will solve that. Like shrugging it away of like, yeah, maybe some artists will lose their jobs when we make this AI tool, but we've been here before. There's been technologies, prior that have caused people to lose their jobs. It's going to be fine. They're going to move on and learn a new thing. I think that is a violently naive way of looking at technological progress, right? Because progress is not just about productivity. I think the obsession with productivity is really, really harmful. Because it does come at the cost of everything else that we value in life. We don't just value productivity. Like, yes, we value productivity in the sense that it usually gives us time to do other things. But if those other things are also just productivity related things, instead of, spending more time with the people you like, and like getting fulfilled socially, we're kind of just like shrinking every aspect of life into this like productivity machine. And I think there's something hollow about that. I remember a long time ago when was this? 2014? I don't even remember. There was this period in like YouTube, I guess, where there was this like popular atheism versus religion debate. That was like a whole thing. And I remember, like, as a kid, I would like follow those things quite a lot because I thought it was interesting to follow those. Because, as someone who was never exposed to religion, I just thought it was fascinating and weird. But I do remember, like, one of the, like, once those conversations started getting to a point where they were not kind of childish, I think there is a point to, like, stuff like having a community and going to church and having those, like, regular traditions. I think those things, I think it's good to have that kind of tradition and that kind of social exposure in a way that just doesn't exist by default in someone who's not religious. And so I do think there is a point to kind of trying to figure out, like, how do we stick together and meet people? Because I think there's a lot of people who do feel that alienation once you get into the workplace, because that is kind of that's where you stop meeting new people apart from the people at work. And especially if you work from home, all of a sudden you're kind of just like, well, all right, what are my social circles? What is left, at this point? Because when you're in school, you have a big social circle. It's huge. But then beyond that, you kind of need to make sure that you have some kind of social connection. Don't say religion is cool because it makes you socialize. That is not what I said. Feel free to rewind and see what I said, but that was not what I said. My point was that there is an aspect to some religions where this becomes a tradition to meet people and socialize. And if you don't have those traditions, you don't have that regular socialization thing. And I think that regular socialization thing is useful, and I do think that it is good for people to have that kind of exposure. But yeah, and like I said, I would be the first one to say, oh, that sucks. I don't want to go somewhere to meet people, especially not strangers. Like, ugh, I don't want to do that, right? That's just like, fuck. Like, I would rather just be at home. I just want to work on my projects and make some progress on my plugins. And I need to work on this thing and that thing in order to make my money so that I can like stay afloat and live where I live right now. And I just need to focus on my future. And I cannot focus on here and now because the future is the only thing that matters. And then you do that for a few years and you can get burnt out. I think it is a, like, obviously I'm also talking about myself throughout this whole thing. I'm obviously projecting. So like there is The I went to rehab for burnout, and there was a really, really interesting perspective shift that I got there, where they talked about this thing of like how, if you think about your day, how much time do you spend thinking about the past? How much time do you spend thinking about here and now? And how much time do you spend thinking about the future? Like if you made a pie chart, like how much time does your brain spend on each of these slices of the pie? My pie is like one color and it's all about the future. I pretty much never think about the past. I very rarely think about here and now. And I mostly spend time thinking about the future. I very rarely spend time with myself here and now. I spend time with my theoretical future self, who's supposed to do this next thing. I'm going to the grocery store, and I need to get those groceries. That's the thing that I'm thinking about. And then once I have the groceries, I need to get home. So I'm thinking about the future where I'm at home. Once I'm at home, I'm thinking about the project that I need to finish. And I'm also worrying about the stuff that I have to do tomorrow. Maybe I should do that today so that tomorrow me doesn't have to do that. And like, yeah, like that kind of mindset is very prone to burnout, and I did get burnt out, so do not do that. I do not recommend that. Anyway, sorry, I don't even know where this tangent started, or even if the stuff that we talked about in the debate was related to this. I'll back up a few seconds. In terms of to push back, in the sense of, oh yeah, we were talking about the like pushing back against it, yeah. Apart from like just trying to push back in the sense of just, I mean, it sounds silly to say that you should shame people for using it, but I do genuinely feel like it does matter in terms of how people use it. But when it comes to companies, yeah, you're right. It's going to be near impossible to stop them from doing anything as long as it's
and not just,
legal and possible.
but also not just companies too. Like this is going to filter down into employees to some extent as well, right? Because if you're a company and you're competing with another company that is using a ton of AI, you're going to have to be paying, well, your employees would have to be willing to take a significant pay cut because you're probably not going to be able to sell your product for more than the competitors, because gamers and everybody that consumes art are usually spoiled as fuck. So now you're going to have to pay all of your workers less, and the work is probably going to be more brutal and more time consuming. It just seems like you're putting the employees in a rough spot as well.
Mm-hmm. I do find it interesting that for a while, I feel like there was a period where that one of the like yearly game dev discourse topics is like, are there too many games out there right now? I don't know too much about markets and like market saturation stuff to like know for sure. But I can sort of see arguments on both sides when it comes to like what is an appropriate amount of any given type of piece of entertainment. Like, is it possible for there to be too many movies or too many video games? Or is it rather the case that like it's going to balance itself out automatically because the market is people are going to like certain games, and the games that people don't really care about are unfortunately just going to not survive, or whoever worked on those is just not going to survive, and then eventually the market is going to like stabilize for whatever seems to be an appropriate amount of games you can fund, I guess. I don't really know how that would work, like mechanically in terms of economy, I guess. I'm not sure. It sucks that we have much less in common. Everyone is in a micro niche. Yes, that to me is a clear drawback. So like we do talk about that later in this conversation, where like if you sort of have this extreme, you can think about the extreme of like, let's say that everybody could generate their own game by the press of a button. Like, would we have a shared experience anymore, or would that be so rare that you can never talk to anyone else in a different country, a stranger that played the same game as you, because everybody has their own personalized games now. Like if you go to that extreme, I think that is obviously a negative thing. even though there are some positives to it. But where can I watch a debate without commentary? I guess I can send a link there, maybe? That's the original VOD. Was my commentary that bad? Well, okay. One more unit of humanity removed from the equation. Got it.
I'm really all of this
Yeah.
conversation right now is just on the practical side of things. I guess we're not really talking about the ethical side or kind of like the are we losing anything side. To be fair, so we can switch over to that if you want.
What do you feel about it, like ethically?
Well, I mean, like on the most artistic level, I would want a human to be involved at every part of the process of creating something. Like at the most extreme level, I would want like every restaurant to have like a live band playing, you know, but I mean, that's obviously not practical. So we have to find some middle ground. It's just that middle ground changes based on the technologies available, I guess.
I think that is a really good point. I think the like that is something that most people would consider to be something that would add more humanity to restaurants, right? Like whatever background music you have in a restaurant, if that would be a live performance, that would be a strict upgrade, I think, to most people. There'll be more humanity there. There's something that's really cool and interesting about being there. It's always impressive to see people who are good at doing their thing pull off their craft in real time, right? Like that is part of why live performances are interesting. More performers would have a job if every restaurant had live music, right? So like there's a lot of things that are like really positive about that. But obviously that's not happening. And yeah, like should I push for that, or like what to what extent can I or should I push for a change when it comes to those things, right? And my intuition is that I'm not even gonna try because I never thought about it, and I don't even know. I don't know. I don't even know. It feels so far away from becoming a reality that it feels pointless to even try. And I guess maybe that's how a lot of people feel about AI, and that's why. And I don't really feel that way. And maybe that's why I have a bit of a different stance on this. Maybe I, for some reason, still have hope, but there's a sliver of hope that makes me still want to fight against this generative AI cancer. But yeah. And it is tricky to know where to draw that line. It's kind of like your example with the like music technology, like using a drum machine. Like, is that bad or is that good? Like, it does get kind of fuzzy in some of those cases. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly where to draw that line, but I do feel like the way that generative AI right now is like threatening the like financial viability of being an artist and making money across so many different fields is kind of terrifying to me.
That is true, but like hasn't that always kind of been like some of the complaints I think are unique to AI, but also some of these are complaints that come up every single time to every new technology, right? Like every advancement in digital music or whatever threatens jobs.
So there's kind of a I don't understand some people. So there seems to be this like response that some people have where they're kind of like, that's just life, get fucked. Like, like that kind of attitude is like, oh my God, you're being silly. Like who the heck cares about your favorite like creative craft? This is just the future. Like get over it. And I don't really understand this mentality apart from you want to be edgy and cool or whatever. But like to me, this is like you're just kind of being an asshole if you have that opinion. Like I don't even know. Like I feel like it's not even an argument to just say like this person. I'm calling this person out. Death to me. Boo the fuck who. That's probably what they wrote there, right? Like okay, what is your argument? Is that an argument? They're just saying get over it. It's like, okay, well, you can say that to anyone who's suffering from any kind of setback or any negative effect. Are you just going to say boo-hoo to anyone who's suffering from something? Like you're just being a shithead, right? like I don't know, like there could be cases where maybe that is the right response to someone. Like, or I mean, I would even think that there's cases where that's the right response. When there's, I don't know, if ChatGPT goes down for a week and someone is complaining about how they can't write emails anymore, I would say, boo the fuck who, get over it. That's what I would say, right? But like there's some kind of substance behind that, right? Because I feel like the thing that I would make fun of there is that, like, seriously, you can't even write an email yourself anymore. You're relying on ChatGPT to write an email. That seems very, very dumb. But I feel like this person is like, there's a lot of people who just do the first part of just like saying, well, just cry about it. You're being stupid. Just get over it. Just embrace the future. And I wonder if they just don't see, if they just don't see the value in the process of doing art. I sort of, maybe I'm being way too charitable to some of these people. Maybe they're just trolling, but I genuinely think that there's some people who see legitimately zero value in the process of creating art, and the only value they know of is the output of any kind of artistic process. Like, if you only care about the output, the only thing that you think has some kind of intrinsic value is the output, then I can sort of see that, like, okay, then you think that the process of making art is tedious, it's annoying, nobody wants to do it, and it's just a positive thing if we can get to the results of the process of making art without having to do it. I wonder if that is sort of the way that these people are looking at it. They're making fun of me because I'm advocating for a slower, worse way of creating something just because I want to keep my job or whatever that I don't deserve or something like that. Maybe that's how it is. I'm not sure. I'm trying to be charitable. I probably shouldn't be this charitable towards them, to be honest, but the Suno CEO said that outright. Wait, what did they say? Suno was is the generative AI music thing, right? The whole situation is so weird because it's not just the morality of stealing artwork, it's costing massive world resources to be used for data centers, hardware, and using insane amounts of water, all while having unsustainable pricing models to fake the future viability of it all. Yeah, it is bizarre. I do think I'm not entirely sure about the like resource usage thing. Like, usually when I think about AI and when I want to have arguments about AI, I think the resource usage thing, it can obviously be bad. And if it's bad, it's bad, of course. If it's using way too much resources and it's kind of like, I don't know, depriving communities of having access to electricity or something, that's obviously bad. Or if it's causing pollution, that's bad, right? But I personally, if the environmental aspects of AI were fixed, if AI cost zero energy, I would still think it's bad. Like, it's not material to why I don't like generative AI. So I usually try to focus on the other things when I talk about it.
To every new technology, right? Like, every advancement in digital music or whatever threatens jobs for studio musicians. For sure, it absolutely does. Yeah.
I mean, it does threaten it, yes. But I do feel like it's different this time because this time the output of this basically lets you avoid having to make decisions like ever within the piece of art that you're making, in a way that, like, I don't think any piece of technology has let you do that before. Because, like, now you're giving up the composition, you're giving up the ideas, you're giving up the shape of the thing you're making, you're giving up the colors, the values, like all of that stuff.
Well, what do you mean by how are you
like outsourced,
how are
right?
you giving it up?
You're not really doing composition anymore. Like, you're typing a prompt that's effectively like you're commissioning someone else to make something. So I shouldn't have said ideas. I feel like the idea is kind of the only thing you're typing into the prompt, but everything else I think I still stand by. So you can do composition with generative AI. Like, let's say you do try to kind of like, let's say you do try to put the stuff around composition and shapes into your prompt. I do feel like there's still a meaningful difference of like you actually having manifest all of those shapes and the composition yourself versus you never touched that. You just had an idea what you sort of wanted and then you got it, right? I think we talk about that a little bit later there, where we get into how like in my opinion that's kind of like it's kind of like, yeah, like I mentioned, it's like commissioning someone else to do it. It's like if you run a company or if you're a manager and you have other people create things, maybe you do stuff like art direction. Maybe you do have some ideas that you want to see, but you are not the one who created the results of those things, right? Like it was your employees who did it, right? So you as a person can't like take credit for that. And if you are in, I mean, if you're like an art director, you are not a 3D artist. You are not a texture artist. That's not the thing you're doing. You're doing something else. And like I said before, it's like if you're writing a prompt, you can absolutely take credit for the prompt. That is the creative input that you had. And I think that part has value. That has artistic value. The stuff that you type there. You could argue whether or not that's a true art form or whatever, but to me it doesn't really matter whether you would consider it to be art or not, but that is the creative input that you had. But the output is so emergent that you are so far removed from the output of that. It's kind of wild that I don't really understand how people can like feel this close connection to the output, because the output is so far removed from what they effectively had a search input for. It's kind of like searching Google for a picture of a bird and then taking that picture and saying that you made that picture. It's just like, it doesn't even make sense to me. I think I think the only thing you can sort of like, if I try to think of like arguments against this, I think where I would go in my head is like, let's say you spend a bunch of time making a piece of art as an artist. Maybe it took a week, a bunch of hours every week. And let's say there's someone who's using generative AI and they spend the same amount of time to make that one art piece. Let's say they were basically writing a prompt throughout all this time. They're refining the prompt over the exact same amount of time it took for the artist to create that piece. I'm trying to think of like, what would my intuitions be there? Because then it's about like, it's sort of the same amount of effort, but I guess the difference there for me would lie in what skill each person is leveraging. And maybe it's just that I fundamentally don't think prompting is a respectable or interesting skill, but that could just be because I'm not exposed to it very much. Yeah, because you like, I don't know, what if this person had the same amount of life experience and training in writing prompts as the person who is an artist, right? Like, I'm not sure. I guess I would have to think about that a little bit more, I think. But it's very much a case of like, even if I would consider that to have like creative value, it still feels weird that, or no, I guess like, yeah. Because I mean, what if that person was also honest about the fact that they used AI for it? I'm not sure. I think that's something I would have to think about. Yeah, I think I would probably like, my intuition sort of goes back to like a further back thing of like, I feel like it's kind of, it still feels insulting from a very like far away perspective of like all of this stuff was trained on people's data that they didn't consent to. But then what if the model that they're using was consensually trained? I don't know where I would land there. it's really hard. Yeah, maybe I would just like land in a place where I'm just like I just don't like it. Like it would just go back to like a preference at that point. I wouldn't even be able to have like a very strong moral claim there. Maybe I'd have to think about it. Um, you don't have a problem with AI. You have a problem with people being dishonest. I'm not. It's a little bit reductive. I don't think I would say that it's just about dishonesty. It's also about eroding trust in humanity and also removing humanity from art in general. So it's not just the dishonesty. We talked about it earlier in the stream. Which isn't really someone, it's something, right?
Sure. I'm trying to think of like, would you...
I'm going to back up a composition. You're giving up the ideas. You're giving up the shape of the thing you're making. You're giving up the colors, the values, like all of that stuff.
Well, what do you mean by how are you,
like outsourced,
how are
right?
you giving it up?
You're not really doing composition anymore. Like you're typing a prompt that's effectively like you're commissioning someone else to make something, which isn't really someone, it's something, right?
Sure. I'm trying to think of like, do you do anything in music at all?
A little bit, not too much.
If you're using like the arpeggiator function on like a MIDI keyboard or something, like is this taking like how much of this is taking away? I haven't used any Reason or Logic or Pro Tools in forever, but I bet that there are like I can insert like a standard chord progression and then probably push like an arpeggiator button and probably generate like some simple sounding, not great music, but some simple sounding stuff pretty easily. Or maybe you could do pretty great music these days. I don't know. They're probably more sophisticated than I've seen in a long time. I'm trying to think if I feel like the generative AI stuff is that much different than that. I'm sure it will reach a point where it's even more. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think there's gradation here. I do think that if you do use like any like built-in arpeggiators or something, and maybe some like preset melodies or something, like I do think that that sort of has the same problem as generative AI if you're kind of giving up all of the agency and all the composition. Because then I do feel like it has the same kind of slop factor to it.
Sure.
It's just that generative AI obviously makes it easier for anyone to do it. And like it just generally like encourages like removing humanity from art and makes that extremely easy.
Yeah. So here's something I'm kind of curious about. How do you feel about the "We Are Charlie Kirk" song?
I haven't heard it, so I can't really speak to it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Because it's interesting that is like a whole cultural thing that's kind of like a big...
Okay, what is that thing? Is it just a meme video or a meme song? Oh no, it wasn't a video. I think I asked, but it's not a video. I presume it's just a meme song that's AI generated, or... It's a meme song. Okay. Yeah, I think this, so there is an aspect to, yeah, I do feel like there is kind of a, I think we get sidetracked from this, but I think Destiny was making a specific point here that I think is also kind of an interesting point. So like, I'm guessing the point that he was going to make before I interrupt him, and then I think someone else joins the call. I think the point that he was going to make is that this cultural artifact, as silly as it is, probably wouldn't have happened without AI. And so wouldn't this just be something that adds to culture rather than detracting from it? Because it wouldn't happen without AI. That's like, I'm guessing that's what he was going to say. Even though he's also obviously like brought it up because it's a funny, weird cultural artifact. But like, I do feel like there is a kind of interesting aspect there, where like, am I okay with generative AI if it literally never encroaches upon the art that I value? I suppose I value the human creation of stuff, right? I like, I feel like I have less arguments there. I think it would kind of come down to a lot more broader stuff. Like, I don't want to encourage AI because it also encroaches upon art in other contexts, right? And yeah, and like, in some sense, to me, like the most artful and interesting stuff that AI has made so far, in my opinion, is specifically the stuff that humans would never make, or could never make. I think that is a space that is a lot more interesting to me than just replacing the stuff that we already do with way more humanity, right? And so an example of this is that, what was it called? I guess like any like early AI. I don't know if you remember the, what was it called? Deep Dream or something? It was one of the Google experimental stuff where it was kind of like, it was very like trippy looking. It was like a like footage of a grocery store, and it was super colorful and trippy, and it had like dog noses everywhere. What am I talking about? Someone knows what this is. It was some early AI experiment. So and that one had this like, it was kind of the first time we saw this like very typical AI thing where they could kind of morph from one thing to a different thing in a way that looks very alien and very strange. In my opinion, that is closer to something I would consider a piece of art than generating like some AI generated art piece that someone would think looks better on a superficial level. Because like the early AI stuff, it was broken in a way that was very unique to early AI. And I think that actually did have value in terms of contributing to society because it was so weird and because it was so alien and strange. I think that was super cool. It was interesting in the ways that like, it was interesting how it failed to meet humanity's like, I guess, sort of imagined standard of what art should be, or like what quality art should be. And so and another one, I feel like I'm giving AI way too much credit now, but like there was another one that's, I don't know if it's like a creepypasta. I don't even know if it's real or if it's just a made up story. But there was some image generation AI thing where you could kind of like type in weights for any kind of prompt you write. So maybe you would write like forest and sunny or something, or bright, and you would get like this bright forest generated in an image. But you could enter weights to all of your keywords. You could say like, okay, I want a forest that's bright and sunny, but then you add a weight of, you want to reduce how much the forest should affect the output and how much the brightness should affect the output. And I remember there was one story about how if you use negative weights, if you set the weight to something that's below 0, so you're kind of inverting the meaning of a word that you entered into a prompt. And so you could say like, okay, I write forest and I set a weight of 1, and then I write sunny and bright and I set a weight of -1, then it's going to try to find some kind of opposite of sunny and bright. So then that's going to become something that's inverted in the output. So it's probably going to be a dark forest and it's not going to be sunny. It's going to be like cloudy and dark, right? Maybe. But then the question is, what happens if you negate something? You add a negative weight to something that doesn't really have a natural negative, right? Like, what happens if you set a negative weight on James? Like, what's the opposite of James? Like, who knows? I have no idea what the opposite of James is. It makes no sense in my mind, right? Like, I have no idea what that would be. Mr. Incredible knows that it's Brittany, apparently. But, and I remember that there's kind of this like creepypasta story about someone putting a negative weight on, I forget what the word was. And it basically had this thing where it kind of kept generating a very particular, extremely creepy looking person when they put a negative weight on a specific thing. I think it was called Loeb, was a nickname given to the character. And it's kind of creepy how just like creepy it looks. Just like putting this negative weight on a word that seems like it should be like a very normal word. And somehow a like character pops out that's terrifying. in my opinion, this is a kind of one piece of art that came out of generative AI that I think is interesting. Um, so that's like one of the very few things that's come out of it, I suppose. Um, but it's like I can count the amount of interesting things on one hand, to me. But I think that was an interesting. If you search for Loab, Loab, I think was the name, the nickname given to the character. Um, yeah. But yeah, so in my opinion, like when you go to that kind of stuff, then you're using AI and kind of like twisting it in a way where the output is so far from humanity that like it just looks completely alien and it looks super strange and it's fascinating. That stuff I think is interesting. I think that is an interesting artistic use of AI, which is very far removed from I want to generate a cool looking like shot of a forest with a type of character and I wanted to sell my video game or whatever. And then you post it somewhere and people think that you actually spent some time and effort into making this thing, but obviously you didn't. And that just kind of undermines the entire like creative effort of humanity. Like in my opinion, these two things are very, very different from each other, even though they're both AI, right? Is the image from the Wikipedia article Loeb what you mean? I think so. I haven't checked for a long time, so I don't know what image is on there, but probably. Okay.
Deal now. There's like a thing that is like a whole cultural thing that's kind of like a big deal now. It's like a meme basically, but this is an AI generated meme, right? I think, right? The Charlie Kirk song is a fully AI generated song, right? So I'm pretty sure
Is it a video or just
no,
audio?
it's just a song, or there might be a video to it. I don't know, but it's like a. Obviously, you've heard the "We Are Charlie Kirk" meme, right? You've at least heard a little bit of it, I imagine.
I don't think so. No, I've just seen people talk about it.
Oh, is that by choice, or how can you miss that?
Well, how would I? Where would I? Does it just happen upon your desk? Like, what's the?
Yeah, We
how
Are
does that
Charlie
appear?
Kirk. What do you mean?
Well, I'm not Charlie Kirk. Are you?
We all are. What are you talking about?
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess that was the. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My guess is that it's because I stopped using Twitter. That's my guess. I stopped using Twitter, and so I just missed the meme of the meme of the week. I guess that's probably why. I
No,
missed
it's all
the
good.
memo.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm still kind of I'm in the wherever zone, I guess, on the ethics of it. I don't have a strong position on it. My guess is the more I would dig into it, the more I would probably find reasons to I feel like I would find reasons to lean against it in terms of it like it is a little bit more not cool for the art world. But I don't know yeah, sorry, I was about to drift off to the practicality again.
So someone joins the call here, who is a pro AI person. Hold on, let me just. I got a message. I want to make sure it's not urgent. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a moment. I've gotten involved in cat rescue stuff. And I got a message where someone might want me to check the microchip of a cat that's unknown. Okay. All right. What's your take on using AI images for prototyping, where there would usually be just primitives or non-licensed images for internal developments? I don't know. I don't think I would go to the point where I would say that that's like super unethical, apart from if the AI you're using to generate it is in general like super harmful, or it's like super bad for the environment or whatever. But assuming it's fine for the environment, I'm sort of leaning more towards like, I wish people didn't do that, but I don't think I would say that it's like super unethical or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, there's a bunch of arguments you can make for why you shouldn't do that, but it's not super tied to the ethics of it to me, I think there. Because like, as long as you're not using it in the final product, and as long as you're not replacing someone who would have done that concept art or prototypes, I think it's mostly fine, I think. But but yeah, I still don't like it, so.
But I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I was about to drift off to the practicality again. When things are like unstoppable, I tend to think about them less often, because I'm like, this is like, there's nothing we can do. This is just an onslaught of shit, because it's such a cost-saving thing, you know?
Yeah, but I feel like it's also not entirely. I mean, there are certain things that were discovered, like, I don't know, like you could produce viruses in a lab in order to wipe out humanity. Like, that technology exists right now, and it is kind of terrifying that it's possible to do this. But
the difference between that kind of stuff, though,
make that not.
Yeah, but the difference between that kind of stuff, though, despite what the conspiracy theorists think, is that this requires like a lot of people, a lot of technology, a lot of research. Like, it's a big ordeal, and if you clamp down on this internationally, you can get everybody to stop doing it. But like the AI stuff seems like very pervasive, pretty easy to set up technologically now.
Yeah, I do think that there's like a really annoying amount of power that companies have. Like, big corporations have a huge amount of sway. And also, like having a virus destroy humanity doesn't really benefit anyone. But the AI does benefit someone who is greedy and just wants to create as much slop as possible in order to extract value from humanity. Like, I think there is value for them in AI slop, right? I guess I would have to think about, like, I think I need to think of a better analogy. I don't think it's analogous. I need a better comparison there. Like, I'm not sure if there's something that's similar to AI where, like, there has been some international effort and it was pushed back, and it was eventually something that's not like commonplace anymore, even though it would give people a lot of benefits. I can think of personal examples of like, or like down to the individual of like there's a bunch of drugs that feel great and will make people like overdose and eventually die, because it's like, it's so addictive, it's so dangerous, and also relatively easy to like get access to or create. And that stuff was regulated and made much harder to get, even though it makes people feel good on a personal level when they take it in that moment, right? But I don't know if it's not a very good comparison either, because I do wish I had a comparison that gets into the like corporate politics of stuff, and I don't really have a good comparison, and maybe there isn't a comparison, so I'm not sure. I'd have to try figuring that out.
AI stuff seems like very pervasive, pretty easy to set up technologically now. I know that like training for like the newer models, it maybe is like a larger operation, but this seems like a thing that's kind of like the Pandora's box is already open and out, you know?
Yeah, but I feel like that doesn't necessitate that you have to support its furtherance and growth, right?
Well, the thing comes down to like I'm the fucking loser who always like buys and gets the new OS and just starts getting used to it because in my mind I'm like, well, we're all going to be on this eventually, so I just got to fucking get used to it. So I'm over all the bullshit because it's inevitable. So it's not so much like, oh, I support this. Like I still think Windows would it have been 7 or 10? Might have been okay. I don't remember if I liked 10 or not, but 7 I feel like was the last like, damn, this is like a sick new awesome fucking operating system. I feel like 7 was the last one I had that feeling for. I was like, oh, this is actually some sick shit.
I feel like in general, technology has had so much diminishing returns. And in many cases, it's not even just diminishing returns. It's just like you get negative. Like you get the new version of a thing and it's just worse than what you had before. It's like, oh, okay, we got a new update. Finally, we get an update to, I don't know, Photoshop. And what's the new thing we get? Did they finally fix the tablet pen drivers to Photoshop so that we can use our tablets so that we don't have to go to some goddamn config file deep in app data or whatever to fix our tablets to do, art in Photoshop? No, they don't fix that. We instead get an AI button. Here you go. Isn't this cool? And you're like, fuck off. Like, really? Like, okay, well, I guess I'll pay another like $2,400 every year or whatever to you, Adobe. Thank you so much. Thank you for the value you're providing artists.
Operating system. I feel like 7 was the last one I had that feeling for. I was like, oh, this is actually some sick shit. But I mean, when the new ones came out, like I switched to them because I figure the industry is going to start supporting them and they're going to lose official support from Windows, whatever. So you're going to have to, yeah. Yeah. So do you think the AI plight, can it really be avoided?
Enjoy that.
I don't know. I mean, obviously it's hard to tell. I just know that I don't, like, personally, I value the craft in and of itself, and I find enjoyment in the craft. And so for me, like, using AI just personally in my work is just kind of like having someone else eat a fancy dinner, like, in a way. Like, when I do my work, it's not a means to an end. It's more like I like the means. I enjoy doing the things that I do. Obviously, that's not most people. So I think it's a little bit different in that sense. But I do think that is something that I would imagine most artists that have this approach to art probably don't enjoy generative AI for those reasons.
Okay. What do you want, Radiant?
I feel like I flubbed that point, but my point with the restaurant thing was like, isn't it nice to have, like, get someone else to go have a fancy dinner at a restaurant for you? And it's like, no. that's how I feel about a lot of this art stuff. Like, wouldn't it be nicer if you could just generate this picture? And I'm like, no, I want to draw this picture. Why would I generate this thing that I legitimately want to do? Because I enjoy the creative process, right?
I wanted to make the positive argument because you said you need to think about stuff, and I think it's a lot more like biased towards, I think, the pro AI side than the anti AI side. But obviously, I'm biased because I'm an AI developer. But
what does AI developer mean? Like, is that someone who's working on AI technology, or is it someone who's a prompter? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that term is used for. Prompter, probably. I don't want to assume, but I would. That was my assumption. I don't want to be mean to Radiant. I don't really know this person.
But yeah, so
I want you to lose your job. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, this is kind of ironic, but anyway, I wanted to bring up just a personal story that I had. So I know somebody that had a really hard time of breaking into, I guess, like music-based stuff because they had a very, I think, abused childhood, and basically, like, they had a bunch of talent or raw talent, but they didn't have any like formal training in kind of music theory, basically. So like they didn't know how to like compose, or like they couldn't play any
Initially I was like, it's a little bit annoying that chat was so anti my opinions. They were like annoyed with me. But I'm glad Radiant joined, and they could start hating on Radiant instead. Because the chat just immediately are like, the heck is this guy on about now? Jeez. Destiny is playing the game in the background during this, yeah.
But they didn't have any like formal training in kind of music theory basically. So like they didn't know how to like compose or like they couldn't play any instruments, but they were pretty good at like they had perfect pitch and like they could like play the piano and stuff like that just by listening to music. Um, but using I think using Suno basically, they were able to break into a songwriting career because they were able to turn their like music into like full-on songs, which they were able to bring to a pretty big school. And this isn't in the U.S. This is another country, but this school, when they heard this song, they basically took this person and put them into their songwriting classes, and right now they're doing very good. Like their life has pretty much turned around completely. But like, yeah, that whole long story is basically just to kind of give a example of how like AI is kind of like, well, more just like is providing a tool for people to like, I guess.
We got it. Bridges again. We heard the Sinnoh
Yeah.
story a million times on the Adam Neely video. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
I do agree that it does genuinely help some people to, take some steps further and actually create something in some sense, or using it as a tool. But I think the vast majority of use cases are going to be for basically replacing humanity and generating slop. So I think there might be cases, of course, where one person gets something really positive out of it. And I mean, I'm happy for them
Yeah.
that this was a good thing that happened, for sure.
Okay,
If they're
so
a real person. I'm not sure if you're making this person up, but
no, I promise. It's a totally real person. I just don't want to dox them. Is the thing. They try to be very private.
and I think I have to own that, because there's legitimately people who do get value out of using generative AI. And I think it is a mistake to say that doesn't happen, because I think it's absolutely true that people enjoy using AI, and some people maybe get some like really positive outcomes from using it. I don't think I would ever say that like anyone using AI is going to have a bad experience, because that's obviously not true. But that also, in my opinion, that speaks to the problem of the fact that it's so like, because a lot of people enjoy using it, that makes it harder to fight back against, and that makes it worse, in my opinion, because it's going to fill up the world with slop. And not only that, but it's going to displace real human-made art. That is the problem. So I'm not going to say that like it's immoral for someone to get something positive out of using AI. It's more so the like long-term side effects of making AI a widespread normalized thing within creative industries. I think that is the real problem. So like whether or not a single individual person had something positive come out of using AI, like that's kind of beside the point to me, because it's always going to be a balancing test between like, what are the sum total like positive effects long term, what's the sum total of the negative effects long term. And in my opinion, the negative effects are enormous and the positive effects is just a tiny sliver. And like I feel like when it comes to generative AI, in this moment in history, in humanity, we are rolling a huge dice and running the risk of destroying entire creative industries, multiple entire creative industries, for a potential, maybe positive outcome that so far seems to be primarily used for slop. I don't think it's worth it to roll this dice right now. I think if we're going to do it very slowly so that we can pull the brakes at some point, just so we can kind of see the outcome before we just go for it, right? But obviously, tech companies are not pulling any brakes. In fact, they're doing the opposite. They're racing each other, trying to make the best slop factory ever, right? And obviously none of this is regulated because it's too early. Politics moves too slowly. The internet is happening too fast for the like slow established institutions to catch up and actually make progress. So it's really rough, and I wish humanity was a little bit more careful with rolling this dice. Yep.
It. But yeah. Well, I mean, just the point is that it's mainly it's just that it's like providing people, I guess, like the baseline is higher, if you know what I mean. Like, as in, like, I guess another example, I actually did this over the weekend, is I coded something using JavaScript, and I haven't used JavaScript in years. But the only reason why I was able to code this script, which I'm currently using, which is really nice for me, is because like it took me, I think, like 6 hours to make using AI, versus like back then before like ChatGPT and all this other stuff. It would have taken me at least a few days just to get back into Java, and who knows if I would have been able to like figure out like how all the other packages and stuff like that worked. Like, I would say like AI is more just like, if you're good with the tool, you can do better with it, right? Like, so that's what I mean when I say it's like.
I don't entirely know what Radiant's argument is here. That, like, it feels like a little bit of an uncharitable interpretation, but it feels like Radiant wants me to say that it's actually cool to prompt. Like, your work is still valued, Radiant. You're okay, buddy. Like, it feels like that's what he wants me to like, that's what he wants me to say, because I'm not entirely sure what he's building towards.
Better with it, right? Like,
or like, I guess it's like, I guess he's like kind of asking, like, isn't there also some skill to prompting, sort of, and also, of course, the time saving aspect.
So that's what I mean when I say it's like, I guess, raising the baseline. Does that make sense?
So I've tried using AI for coding, and in almost every single case, it's like I'm like 80% done with something, and I want a little bit of help for, like, I'm stuck on something, and it would be nice to use an AI to see if I can get unstuck. And when I'm 80% done with something, and I use AI, it inevitably takes me to 50% done, because it's so full of bugs and issues and weird things I now have to parse and try to figure out. And it was just a horrible experience. It was just so bad.
Okay, I think, so I'm sympathetic.
It's probably like
I'm sympathetic.
Specific, so maybe it's different. But
I'm sympathetic to things like that, but I think we have to move past those arguments, because I think that at this point, like, if AI was really just a detriment to every single workflow, then I think the problem would solve itself. But that's clearly not where we're at, right? Like, it is going to make some kind of like minimal viable product,
I'm not going to say that it's not useful.
like something that can be shipped much easier for whatever reason. Now, there might be a legitimate conversation about like long-term accumulation of like fucky problems related to AI or something that we just haven't seen yet, but
I think it's just literally like it's a skill or whatever, like kind of like getting good at using a new tool in whatever craft you're working in. Like,
that could be it as well. Yeah, I just don't know how to use it correctly. Yeah,
I think people who are really good with it.
And also, I was using ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is not the top like programming AI assistant thing. So, yeah, obviously, I haven't used AI much because, like I mentioned before, I feel shame every time I use it. So I can probably count the number of times I've used AI on my hands, I think. Obviously, I need to know something about how it works if I want to have opinions about it. So I wanted to try it out, see if it works. And yeah, at least when using ChatGPT, it's left me frustrated more often than not. And I'm led on this like wild goose chase, and it's not actually helping, and it's wrong about very subtle things sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. But again, that was ChatGPT, so.
That can make things much better than if they had, or than anyone else could have done like before the tool existed. Yeah.
What do you have, Uni? What do you want?
I don't know if I'd say that, but certainly much faster. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say faster as well.
I think something that's, is like I think there's a thing of like the sort of decisions that people are making is the important part in terms of like a creative work, which I think I'd broadly align with, because like that's the stuff that, if I'm doing something creative, that's the stuff that I want to be doing. Like, what's the point if I'm just asking the AI to do it all? But like, I still think there's room in there for, especially sort of like AI programming stuff. Like, if I, especially stuff like the like tab autocomplete stuff. You go to editors where you can just
Wait, your mic is going in and out. Like you're either swallowing your mic or it's got
find
a.
what functions.
Yeah, it's really difficult to hear.
Oh fuck!
Wait, I saw a take in chat.
Find what function.
Ask her if she thinks Photoshop has taken jobs away from painters and photographers. That feels like a category error almost. I mean, photographers use Photoshop. So painters, probably not as much, but when you want to get your painting online, if you want to take a picture of it and do some post-processing work on it, then I guess you would use Photoshop. I don't know. I feel like that's just a made-up argument. I don't even know how those two things connect. Actually, I guess you could say that like, if the introduction of digital art as an art form, if that has started displacing painters, then, or no, taking jobs from, maybe, I'm not sure. I mean, probably on a very large scale, but I don't think that's like Photoshop's fault in a sense. Yeah. I don't know, it feels like a weird. I'm not entirely sure if that's a good argument. Yeah, it's really difficult to hear.
Oh fuck. That might be my internet. I might be. Hold on.
Okay. You're good now. Maybe.
Is this better now?
Sure. Maybe try it. Go for it.
Okay. Hopefully this is fine. Yeah. Like I think there's still ways to retain that creativity. I think the worrying thing isn't that. It's like, do people care? Right?
It
Like
still
the thing isn't necessarily does this AI exist? It's do people seem to like slop, like a lot, which
like,
I find insane.
So like when people are using AI, like it's not like you're just saying like, well, I mean you kind of are saying like do this, but like it really does matter in how you're using it, like how you prompt it or like how you like have your hyperparameters tuned or whatever. Like all this stuff is like super important in terms of getting out what you want. Otherwise, it's just going to be slop.
Yeah, I feel like Radiant is just kind of having a different conversation.
Yeah, like I feel like there's a lot of like there really is a lot of like skill.
AI today, right? That's not AI forever. Like this stuff is
yeah,
very
but like in
likely
the future,
going to improve.
Right, but in the future, it's always as long as it's going to rely on prompts. It's always going to be based on like how good someone is at using the models, right?
So does that make you a better programmer, or
yeah,
does that make you a better like prompter?
In my experience, if you don't know how to describe your problem, or at least if you don't know like what your problem is and like what needs to be solved properly, then you're not going to be able to prompt your AI to give you a good result.
I feel like it's sort of saying that like it's not possible to use AI to get a good result unless you have some pre-existing knowledge of creating the thing that you want to output. I think this is not true. I do think that like if you're good at prompting and if you do have domain knowledge coming into it, you can make better things. But that to me seems kind of like obvious. But I don't agree that you need a whole lot of like experience with the thing. Like Suno, for example. Do you need to have much music knowledge at all in order to create a song with Suno? I presume not, right? Like you don't have to know anything about music apart from you need to be able to say a genre or whatever. Like, is that the bar for like that's the amount of domain knowledge you need to make a song in Suno? Maybe you don't even need that. Maybe you can press a preset button, like an example, like, oh, try this, and you press a button and then you get a song. You can prompt Sunset with zero knowledge of painting. Oh yeah, for like AI art stuff, yeah. Yeah, exactly. You just need to know that sunsets exist and that they can be represented with visual art. But maybe that's advanced domain knowledge to Radiant.
Like
so you're only using AI for stuff that you already know how to do?
Just because AI
you're not using it only for what you know how to do, you're using it for stuff that you know like how to solve, I guess, if that makes sense.
So like you would use it to do boilerplate stuff, basically, or
not necessarily boilerplate. It can be a lot more like so I'll speak from personal experience is like when it comes to programming, like sorry, I got distracted from a Discord message. But when it comes to programming, like if I'm able to describe a problem in a I guess in a detailed manner, I get much better results than if I were just say like, hey, I want to make this app. Can you help me do it? Like, and if you notice, well, and it's another thing, like there's a thing called planning mode in, for example, Cursor.
Okay,
I
stop.
think only
Sure,
Cursor
this is going to be a 2-hour waste of conversation. Okay. What Radiant is saying is that, like, and I think we all probably agree. So then the question is there a meaningful distinction here? There's a difference between I want to create an app that does A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't know how to make it in JavaScript, but I'm going to prompt an AI to say, hey, I would like to make an app that has all of these features, that interacts with customers in this way or users in this way and all the blah, 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 blah. And then you prompt it to do that versus going to an AI and saying, make a cool app, and then whatever it makes you publish. That these are like meaningfully different interactions with an AI. So do these meaningfully different interactions matter insofar as drawing a distinction, or do we care about some and not the other? I think that's kind of the question here. Does that make sense, what I just said?
I really appreciate that. I didn't want to be rude to Radiant, so I'm glad that Destiny just like said, please stop. Just short-circuiting the whole thing. I appreciate that.
Matter insofar as drawing a distinction, or do we care about some and not the other? I think that's kind of the question here. Does that make sense, what I just said?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I do think that it does matter it does matter in the sense that, like, what did you do? Like, where was your agency inserted into this process? And it could be that you wrote like a Bible of spec for like the whole thing that you wanted to make. And then the AI is using that as a basis for generating code for some program or whatever. I think that is a better use of AI, even if that led to the same quality.
Do you have a defib?
Output
I don't have a
as
defib.
some future AI that could do it with, just a simple prompt, just not outlining all of that. I think it's better that there's agency and intent behind the first one.
I think that's what makes you like I don't know if you say an artist, but like that's your creative input, right? Like without it, you're not really doing anything. It's the AI doing all of it.
Yeah, I feel like even in programming, because programming is a very like technical thing and it's very like solution oriented. In general, people are very focused on like, I need to get this thing finished in order to reach a goal. I think like most artists probably do art because they enjoy doing art. But I don't think most people who code do it because they enjoy it. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm not exactly sure. But I feel like there's a lot of people who do coding who do it because they want the results of coding rather than enjoying coding. I get that impression, and I get the impression that that's sort of why AI is a lot more accepted in programming circles. But I'm not entirely sure about that. But I do think that like I do feel like that intent part matters quite a lot in the sense that like in my opinion, if you do use AI for programming, if you use AI for things that have zero creative direction, I'm way more fine with that than if you're using it for problem solving. If you let an AI do the problem solving for you, you let an AI design your entire code base, you let an AI figure out the best way to structure something, or best, quote unquote, I feel like then you're giving up the problem solving process. But if you're using an AI for things where there's not really any creative decision making, let's say you have an example. So let's say you have a class in C#. You have a C# type, and you want to create a JSON version of that class that's like pre-populated with specific fields. You could do that manually, just kind of like copy paste and like do the reformatting and like all of that stuff, right? But you could also use an AI to do it. And because this is kind of just like a strict conversion thing, and there's not really any creative input you can have here, you just want to go from point A to point B in a very, very simple manner. I feel like this is much closer to something akin to autocomplete. It's much closer to something like the refactoring tools in Writer. Like, I use refactoring tools quite a lot, and like, they're not AI based, but even if they were and they worked exactly the same, I would be fine with that, because there's no creativity or agency that's lost here. Because the only thing that I want to do here is I wanna get this thing refactored and like transpiled into this thing, right? And like, yeah, I could do that manually, but then I'm kind of just wasting time for something where there's literally no way for me to insert any kind of humanity or creativity into this thing. And so I feel like for using it for literally boilerplate type of stuff, I think is fine because there's no like creative input there at all. But yeah, so when it's used as an autocomplete thing, then I think it's a lot more fine. I would say. Yeah.
So there is like that sliding scale.
Yeah, I think, like, again, like if you put a more detailed prompt, I think if you don't put a detailed prompt, you're gonna get slop, right? You're gonna get like something generic that anybody would have made, and it's not gonna be like, no one's really gonna care because it's like something that's seen every day.
So if you were able to get high quality work, even if you did a low quality prompt, like I think I would see that as a bad thing still.
Well, it's kind of like raising the standard, I guess. Kind of like, I guess, photography and like painting back then or whatever. Like.
Well, these are two.
Like, yeah,
I would argue these are two totally different skill sets, but
yeah, I guess. But I guess like the main thing I just want to focus on is that like people who are good with AI, or at least like people who know how to integrate it in their work, tend to perform a lot better than somebody who isn't using it at all, or even like somebody that just got in because of the AI.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, that just seems evident.
Yeah. So I think overall, it's still.
I think there is another thing there.
But
is that untrue? I feel like that makes sense, right? Like if you're, actually, there's probably part of that I don't agree with. But like if the comparison is someone who has never coded ever starting to use AI versus someone who has coded for a long time starting to use AI, I feel like the person who's coded for much longer is obviously going to be able to make use of the AI in a much better way. I thought that was the argument Radiant was making, and I think that's true. Yeah, the raising the standard, I'm not sure what that means in this case. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Like it's more like something that's
maybe, but I feel like there's also there's a lot of people who are not really I feel like all of the people at the moment, at least, who are being able to do stuff that they wouldn't do otherwise, beyond just being AI being a speed up. I feel like, not to be mean, but like not the most competent in the areas that they were trying to, do stuff with AI in. Like I don't know about other people, but for me, everything that I am doing with AI involvement, I probably could do myself perfectly fine. It's just going to take me a lot longer.
I thought the argument was that out of two experienced people, the person using AI would outperform the one not using it. That one I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If they have equal amount of skill, if they start from the same point and one of them is using AI and the other one is not, I don't actually know the answer to that. I would lean towards saying that the person who's using the AI is probably going to be a little bit faster. But the extent to which that's true, I'm not sure. I don't know. But I would guess that that's true. Like, I think that if one person has access to like kind of skip a bunch of things and if you use it in a way where the AI can't really hallucinate any issues, like using it only for boilerplate, I feel like then you can definitely like, then I think the person using the AI is going to do a better job. But obviously if they're using the AI tool in a way that creates a bunch of tech debt or like adds a bunch of bugs to the code, then obviously that's not going to be better. But yeah, so I think like if productivity is the thing we're measuring in terms of like better, then I think the person with the AI is gonna be more productive. Yeah. But then I guess the question becomes like, is it gonna be better code? If it's only for boilerplate and it's double checked every time, maybe it's more okay. But then that's like, then you're not really using AI for the thing that it does uniquely well. So I'm not sure. I feel like because like you have refactoring tools already, even before AI. and obviously someone who's using refactoring tools are probably going to be able to do it faster. So like, but that to me doesn't really speak to AI if that's the usage of AI. But if we do talk about AI in the sense that you let the AI make decisions in your code base, then it comes down to how much tech debt and how many mistakes is the AI going to insert into your project, and how much is that going to slow you down long term. Which those are things that I don't know exactly how often that happens and how bad it is. So yeah, I don't actually know.
Exactly.
I feel
Right.
like there's quite a few people who before, and that's where a lot of the like slop stuff comes from. But people really like the slop.
So
Right.
so I guess the thing that
Consumers don't
I
seem to
don't know. So
distinguish.
okay, so here's a question. If you had a button that you could press, let's say AI reached a point where you could press a button and that would generate the next Grand Theft Auto game in, like, I don't know, an hour. Would that be a good thing for society, or would that be a bad thing for society? Or whatever nuance you want to have there.
Okay,
I think
yeah,
actually
yeah.
even a broader question. I think that's a good specific use case scenario. I think a broader question maybe comes down to this definition of art, like or a little bit less broad than that would be, can the consumer be wrong about what they ought to be consuming? Is I think a good question to consider, and I think we don't like to consider it sometimes. Well, artists will consider this all the time. The most common example, if you've ever, well, I don't know what the kids talk about today, but in a saxophone studio, the hatred was always for Kenny G. That Kenny G was like the slop saxophone player, incredibly basic performer, never really did too much impressive. His playing was serviceable, the composition was uninspired, but like obviously Kenny G, it might be the most popular sax musician of all time in terms of how much money he's made selling albums and shit. But then the question is that you have to make the argument that like, well, the consumer is wrong to prefer Kenny G over, you know, Coltrane, or Kenny G over, you know, a more accomplished saxophone player. How do you deal with that, with the consumer making what an artist would consider to be incorrect choices?
And I mean, that kind of also goes back to the trust issue, with like what people like online, and what's actually fulfilling for people. I think those are also very, very different. Like, there's so much in social media that's basically junk food.
Yeah.
And people are just eating it up, and it is generally not good, you know? And I feel like there's a similar thing that might happen to creative industries as well, and the way that people consume art. Yeah, this is where it kind of gets into like, where do we draw the line for like how much like long-term destructive behavior we're okay with people engaging in, and then the other thing is like, what is the enforcement mechanism? Um, like for example, there's no law right now on cheating, in terms of cheating on people. You can cheat on your partners your entire life and nobody's going to arrest you for it. Because we kind of decided that like, this is a shitty thing that you are allowed to do, and it's not a criminal thing to do. You can't even really sue anyone for it. And so like, there are like negative things that people are allowed to do. There's negative things you can do to yourself, even when it comes to, I mean, you can just like not take care of yourself and hurt yourself, and to a very large extent, without anyone feeling like anyone should intervene. And it's same thing with like junk food, same thing with getting addicted to social media. Like, there's a bunch of negative things that like we sort of just decided is something that people should have the agency to do. And I sort of feel like a lot of this AI art stuff, or AI stuff in general, kind of falls into this category. Or rather, the question is, does it fall into this category where we should be allowing this, or should we regulate it? Should there be something like, okay, maybe we consider this thing to be something akin to pollution. Like, environmental pollution is obviously short term, it's really nice to pollute, because people who run coal plants, they can just like keep on doing it and they don't have to worry about anything. They're going to make more money. But if there's a downside to pollution, they're going to have to pay some cost for that. And so we discourage the pollution that, you know, a lot of things in our world is like causing the environment, right? And so I think for me, feel like a lot of the AI stuff is more akin to pollution than an allowed, like, sort of bad thing, but it's okay if people do it. To me, it's a lot more like pollution, because it does, in my opinion, long term, I think it will hurt society very badly, just like pollution would, right? Although I would argue that it's actually worse than pollution, because AI not only has long-term negative effects, but I would say that it also has short-term negative effects. And it's also made worse by the fact that a lot of people enjoy using it. And it's made even worse by companies being able to save money using it, which I think will happen unless we shame companies out of doing that. Yeah.
I think one thing that people are kind of uncomfortable realizing, also from like the music world, when we think back to like the great music of all time, like these operas or these, these amazing composed pieces, a lot of these things weren't done because they were popular and people just had better taste back then. Like a lot of these things were just commissioned by royalty, and they sounded good because they were literally made for and commissioned by, like the upper echelon elite in society. I remember there was a book I read about piano players a long time ago when I was in high school, and I remember that it's reported, I don't know how accurate it is, but supposedly Beethoven had a huge complaint because every time after the C-sharp sonata, whatever thing he released, the first movement is people refer to it as Moonlight Sonata. After he had played that song, audiences loved it so much they would request it all the time. And I think at some point he was reported as saying to an audience, like, surely I've written a better piece than this, because he was so irritated at audiences constantly requesting this thing. It was like the Moonlight Sonata was like the slop of his compositional stuff that he didn't really consider to be anywhere near among his greatest of pieces, especially when it's just the first movement they wanted to hear. But so audiences have always had this desire for slop, and there's always been this weird fight because not everybody could be an artist. You had to be kind of an elite to dedicate time to it, depending on the type of art you're talking about, or a lot of it was commissioned by monarchs or commissioned by wealthy people. But when the people can truly decide and they're making shit decisions, what do you do about that?
I feel like there's also like another underlying thing here of like, that when that happened, as much as you can complain about how it was this like super elite thing and only a few people could do it, that happened as a result of someone paying an artist to do some work. Like a lot of art happens because someone is willing to pay for it. And so to me, you can say like, oh, we can save time and money by not having any artists do any work. We're just going to outsource it to AI now. And now you're almost certainly going to remove any like financial viability for artists to make a living. In the most extreme case, right? And I think genuinely that is something that will remove a bunch of art from society that would have happened otherwise. Yeah, I don't know, and it's difficult to, like, I feel like there's always been a kind of uncomfortable balance between what artists want to make and versus what makes money, and what is like financially viable to
Sure.
make. And there's always like compromises you do there. But I feel like the way that generative AI is inserted into this is that this kind of like makes it significantly worse, in the sense that like it's going to be so hard to stay afloat as an artist in a world where nobody cares about the stuff that you make, and because everybody's kind of like generating their own like personal art, whether that's video games or music or whatever. And if that is the future of like music, if that is the future of YouTube, that everybody's just kind of generating their own personal video feed, or even generating social media feeds, I guess. Like, I feel like we have fundamentally lost a huge part of what is kind of the point of humanity, of like connecting with other people and enjoying the stuff that other people create. I love these arguments from chat. She's pretentious. That's not an argument. You just don't like what I'm saying. Have an argument instead. Of humanity, of like connecting with other people and enjoying the stuff that other people create, having a shared experience of playing the same video games, and like, I feel like if everybody's just siloed off into their own bubble of slop, I feel like that is genuinely really depressing.
Okay.
And bad, one might say.
So I have a question about, like, I guess what you consider like beneficial or whatever. So like, if we know that these models, I guess, to prompt them, you have to, like, I guess you consider it like piloting it, right? Like piloting the model to produce something that you want. Wouldn't
It's a bit of an insult to pilots, but sure, I get what you mean.
like Well, yeah, I guess, but yeah, basically is that like it's based on your input, right? So like, shouldn't these artists produce something that like given, or how do I describe this? Like given if the artist
I'm so glad Radiant joined. Immediately turn chat. Thank you, Radiant.
like given, or how do I describe this? Like given if the artist is good at prompting it, that means they'd get back better output or like a better like art piece. Like why wouldn't that just be the case rather than just saying that like I guess everyone's gonna be feasting on junk food or like I guess like why wouldn't it just be like what we're doing right now?
The
Except just,
difference.
except a scaled up version, right?
Wait, I'm not
The difference
sure what your
between good
point
prompt
is.
and a bad prompt is like not.
We say that I one at a time.
The difference between a good prompt,
Sorry,
prompt and a bad
like,
prompt is not. Oh.
It's just not very significant now. Like you can give a really good
don't
prompt,
know that's
and
true.
especially when you're one-shotting stuff.
Like if I give a
mean,
bad prompt when I'm
like you,
Someone said he ran out of tokens. True. Yeah.
coding something, it definitely comes out like literally slop. Versus like if I'm very specific and know what I'm asking, then it just comes out like almost flawless. Like I have to do some bug fixes, but yeah, if I'm
yeah,
referring
like
to my
when
work.
I'm saying this, I'm talking about like more artistic stuff. When you're looking at image generation, the difference between a good prompt and a bad prompt is not very significant for like.
I think Radiant's point is largely that, like, I think he's saying, isn't there also some skill in prompting, and doesn't prompting generally just add rather than detract? Like, isn't this just a way to add to creative work rather than something that's bad? I think that's the point that Radiant is trying to make. Well, that's how I try to interpret it, at least.
If you're prompting
I've-
most of these, especially the
But-
closed source
but I think,
ones, stuff like the all of the Gemini stuff is not that significant.
I would heavily disagree because Gemini I think is a different thing than from using actual like prompting or I mean like image generation models like the the pipeline that we were looking at like a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago actually at this point. You notice how like yours was super complicated and you had to
Yeah,
go
like,
through a bunch
that's-
of layers. Like I don't think Gemini could come up with something like
Yeah, that's
like it's
That's
similar,
fine.
but
Gemini
it's
will give
referring to
better
a bunch of
results.
things. I don't think it would give
the
better
reason to
results.
do the stuff that I was doing with workflows with AI stuff is because it gives you more control and it's also
Well,
an interesting learning experience. But like that,
I feel like
Gemini will give better results in like 99 cases.
I feel like
It-
all of this stuff kind of like
I don't know.
usually just skip ahead and just assume that all of these tools are going to get much better very quickly, even though they might not. Like assuming you could just type a very simple prompt to get the result that you want. Like, would that be good? So like that's the thing that I'm kind of worried about. Because yeah, obviously there's going to be different results depending on like if you did a good prompt or a bad prompt or did it incrementally and gave it a lot of context and yada yada. But I wish they'd go back and answer your hit a button to get GTA 7 question. Yeah, I think we get back into that later. Yeah, I think that is the interesting question. Regardless, like I think the more interesting discussion is like, is it bad if humans can create whatever they want creatively by prompting something with a very, very simple prompt with very little agency to get something that looks professionally made? I think fundamentally that is undermining actual artists, of people who do the craft themselves, like broadly. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at with the generating Grand Theft Auto with the press of a button. That's what I'm trying to tease out. Like, is there something that's lost there, or is that just a good thing? Like, is it a good thing to entirely remove the need for artists? That's basically what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, I mean it's. I guess one thing that I'd be curious of, I feel like
Go Todd Go in chat said, Freya, your argument is moralizing bullshit. Nice argument. You did it. You did it.
I can probably guess the answer, but like imagine if we didn't have AI and we were sort of much more in the space of like brain-computer interface tech, and you could have like just a headset you put on and you can visualize a final finish, say, an art piece in your mind, and it would effectively bring that into the reality. Is there like I feel like that's something that feels less morally bad instinctually, but like it's going to have all the same downstream effects.
Well,
For
I mean,
most
I feel like that does like have it does maintain the aspect that it came from your brain, I guess. But it is very different from the process of making art, at least the way that we do it today. Because like making art is a pretty time-consuming process, and the fact that it takes time changes the outcome. So the way that something looks in your head at the beginning of working on a piece of art is very, very different from what you usually end up with at the very end.
But
So
we can agree that like this AI art models, like the outputs that they come out with, is almost always like worse quality than something that's just made from scratch by a human, right? Or at least like a lot of people tend to not prefer those types of arts pieces. Otherwise,
no, but I mean, it could still.
Let's
I
assume
mean,
that we'll
they're
get past
probably
that
just
because we're probably
improve.
gonna that's
they're
gonna get
improve
better.
over time.
yeah, but like I'm just saying like. As in, like, I think that's kind of an example of somebody that's like poor at prompting, because I know artists that do use these models to come up with like I guess to brainstorm ideas, and they like that would basically go off of what the model would come out with. And I also know people that would even like straight up train these models with their own art styles, so then come out with like rough drafts of things that they would then touch up.
I think that some of that stuff puts me in a more uncomfortable position. I do think that there's a like if there is an artist who actually does know how to do illustration and they have done a bunch of art for all of their entire life, right? And then they make their own AI model. Like they train an AI model on their own art, and then they start doing AI assisted art. They use their own model trained on their own art, and they use their own AI model in order to generate art pieces from there. I think for me, there's a bunch of things that kind of get filtered out there in terms of like art theft, and let's say it's not environmentally bad or whatever. Like it's harder for me to argue against that. I think the only argument I'm sort of like gonna recede back to is then going to be there is a value
And then
in the there's a value in the intentionality of forming the piece, and that's even if you train your own model on your own art, and even if you do all of that, you're still removing your own agency in the output. I think that would be the one that I would lean back on then, because I think I would still consider it bad for that reason, even if it was like entirely ethically trained and all of that stuff, right?
sell or would do whatever with.
Okay, so
like-
let's say someone does use AI to, or no, let's say someone is an artist and they do draw a picture, they do like a full illustration, they spent a bunch of time on it, maybe it took like a week or something to work on this big piece, and then they also use an AI to generate like an image that looks exactly the same by typing 5 sentences. Like, do you think these two images are meaningfully different in terms of their like artistic value?
No. I mean, if depending on like
Why?
how you prompted
That's
it. Or wait, are you
wild.
saying
That's wild to me. That's absolutely wild. Maybe this is just because I am an artist and these things, it's just obvious to me what the answer is there. But it's wild to me that someone would just say no to that flat out. And not even think about it. It's just like, no. Like, really? Like, okay, hold on. Like, I feel like this has like wild consequences if this is how you approach this, but obviously like maybe I'm not in the norm here of how I see this, but like damn, holy shit. And I think I remember chat. I think a lot of people in chat also say no here.
like
and
was
I'm
the thing generated with
fuck.
just like a straight up generic prompt where it's like make me something cool or like how
Yeah,
is it
one of them. That person said no, no, they're the same. No. It was pretty much a simple prompt like that, and the other one was drawn, obviously not by hand or like manually, I guess.
I guess
Really, I'm like, have these people thought about this? I don't know if the people in chat saying no, I don't know if they've actually thought about this. Like I have such a hard time thinking that anyone could actually believe this, because that's wild to me. I think that yeah, I mean, if you're not an artist and or rather, if you don't do anything creative, maybe I can see how people think that. Like you have like an ultra consumer focused approach to it, where like the purpose of any creative effort is the outcome. Like I think that's the only way I can like fit this into fit into like why people would say no to that. But yeah, obviously, like Destiny's community is not an art community. It's primarily like a politics community. But even then, I would have hoped that most people would at least give it like slightly more thought than that. Or maybe they have and they just disagree with me. But man, I don't want to believe that people would actually believe this. That's wild. Yeah, this stream is going to stay on YouTube afterwards, so. And the other one was drawn by hand, or like manually, I guess.
I guess in artistic value, I would say the artist probably came up with something that is, I wouldn't say like the other one's more.
The images are exactly
valuable.
the same, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just like there's meaning in the sense of like how the thing was made, right? Like, like if somebody made this like after like a week of like painstaking work, I think that's gonna be more like, I guess, artistically valuable in like.
Okay, wait. So he does agree with me then, or
a human sense than somebody who just prompted something and came and got a really detailed picture back. But I wouldn't say
it's kind of like if someone is like cooking food for you rather than you just ordered some food from some anonymous DoorDasher. Like you're obviously going to appreciate one of those a little bit more because you know there's thought that went into making that for you, and they thought of you, and there's someone you know, and you know.
But yeah.
I actually, like, initially, I felt like that was a bad example because there's still someone who made that food, obviously, right? But then I felt like that's actually a really good example because that's a perfect example of the dehumanization. Like, it literally, my intuition was like, I just felt intuitively that the food just spawns out of nowhere when you order the food. But obviously it doesn't. Someone did do that. But my intuition was to just kind of like forget about it. And it's like, yeah, that is kind of dehumanizing. And that is exactly my problem with AI. Like that removal of humanity. That went into making that for you, and they thought of you, and there's someone you know, and you know.
But yeah, exactly. Kind of like, I guess, like handmade stuff. Like, even though it's going to have like these little mini imperfections, like, although in this case they're exactly the same. But I think that's still going to be like something that's going to exist. It's
Here, let's,
that,
okay,
like,
wait, actually, let's back up. Okay, so actually, I think this is an interesting question. Talking about any imperfections or whatever is missing the point. Here's a question. Let's say that you have two musical pieces, and let's say that these musical pieces are exactly the same, no imperfect, whatever. They're the exact same musical pieces. It's a piano performance, okay? And let's say that you tell one person that there was a master piano improvisational guy, and he was at a hall, and someone was like, oh, improv, like a romantic sounding piano piece. And then the guy plays a piano piece, and he just improvises it, right? And there's a recording of that, and a person hears that. Okay, he's like, okay, that's that piano piece. Let's say that you tell a second person with the exact same piano piece. There was a man who was dying of cancer, who was a lifelong composer. He was making this piece for his wife. He recorded the piece, he died, and then this is the recording that he left to the wife to play to remind her of him or whatever. Do you think that the person's perception of that art would change at all, or would both of these pieces be the exact same piece?
Yep,
Wait,
they're quite different.
was there any AI
How they
involved in this at all? Or?
No.
Sorry, did I miss that? No. Okay, I mean, the perception obviously changes based off of the story you have around it, right? I think I just like lost my train of thought there because obviously he's not asking me. I just like missed that. I felt stupid. I shouldn't have been stupid. Whatever. But no. Okay. I mean, the perception obviously changes. But like, why didn't Radiant answer? He just like took too long, and I was like, do I need to answer now? And I was like, wait, hold on. And based off of the story you have around it, right?
Yeah. So that's I think that you can back that up just a little bit more, or scoot that forward a little bit more to if you have the exact same piece that was done via generative AI versus a piece that was created by a human being that is putting some amount of time, effort into their training to get to that point, and then the project that they're working on, and then a particular piece of art that they're creating. The question is like, does that process meaningfully inform the viewer? Do they feel any different? Is there a different feeling produced? Is there a different inherent value or consumption value even to the art that's being made?
Which two things are we comparing now?
Well, it's not. It's just a general question of.
I'm still being stupid. I don't know. I think it's just like maybe I like started reading chat and I got streamer brain for a few seconds, or like
That was
in general. I mean,
your question was getting at the idea of like if the exact same thing was produced by a human versus a robot, like is the consumption of that thing the same? And it seems like you were hinting that there must be something different in value ontologically. There's something different between a piece of art created by a human versus a robot, even if the art is exactly the same. And I mean, I would argue that even between humans, you could make that same distinction. So it seems strange to say that the AI created art and the human created art should be treated exactly the same. And we don't even treat art created between two humans necessarily the same, because the story would inform us of how we feel about the art. Yeah.
I think that is a good thing to also ask Radiant, because if he truly believes that there is no difference between these two outcomes, would that carry over to cases of like any kind of sentimental value, right? Yeah, like it could be something like, I don't know, let's say you have a gold ring from your sister who passed away or something, and that gold ring, you could just buy it at a store, and maybe these two look identical, but obviously you're going to value one of them more because this ring has a history to it that you really, really care about.
Sure.
Assuming you cared about your sister, right?
I think markets for both will still exist. It's just, I guess it would just mean that people who want slop will get slop.
So then my next question is, to what extent will the market shrink? If AI, that was a really badly phrased question. I shouldn't have asked that. I should have phrased it like, to what extent will the market that's available to actual creatives, how much will that shrink? That's what I was getting at there. But will the market shrink is just a shittily phrased question. That's not, obviously that's not that doesn't get to the heart of what I wanted to ask. But is, to what extent will the market shrink if AI gets to the point where you can press a button to generate Grand Theft Auto 55?
I think in a sense it would shrink kind of like to the detriment of people who are just making it to make money, because now it's like more accessible for other people to get like the generic, like people who don't really care about who's making it, they just want the thing, I guess. But I don't know, I feel like in general for society, I think that's better, because that means, everybody gets to get what they want. But yeah.
So everybody gets junk food?
I mean, not necessarily junk food. It's just that people who want junk food get junk food, and people who want like fulfilling stuff, or people who do get fulfilled by that stuff, will get the fulfilling stuff, or will still pay for it. At least.
Well, here, real quick, because you used the comparison to junk food. I mean, we can literally go exactly with that. Do you think it's good in society that ultra processed food is so readily available to all people, or should that stuff be, curtailed? Should we start to pull back on that stuff, even legislatively or legally?
Well, I guess it depends on how bad it is for people.
Well, 50% or whatever, obesity, diabetics, chronic illness, all of these things are massively exacerbated by this. So it seems like it's been a negative for society in that way, but it's a net it's a positive that people like eating it.
I don't think they're actually linked that closely.
Okay, let's assume for sake of argument they are.
I get the point, but yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's kind of a broader question, I feel like, of like how much should we regulate people engaging in behavior that's detrimental to themselves? I don't know.
Well, I think the AI thing would ultimately have to come down to regulation, right? You're never, well, that was kind of my argument. Oh, now we're getting more into the practical thing, but like, you were never really enforcing this culturally when there's so much money to be saved by utilizing these AIs, right?
Yeah. But I guess it's like, it's a different value in terms of like what we value as a society maybe shouldn't just be saving money.
Sure.
Except, of course, the financial systems are designed to be like that, right?
I have a question. So these companies that like commission artists to make like a marketing material or whatever, like, do they, like, is there value in having them to like pay extra to get artists to make it by hand versus just like getting an AI to generate it? Because at the end of the day, like, they're not drawing any more value, at least like for them as consumers, in having it being hand drawn versus.
Yeah, I guess that's the perspective that Radiant would have given his answers. Like he does have a consumer focused approach to this. That like the only value in any piece of art is the like shallow consumption of that piece of art. It's a very like kind of like depressing utilitarian like view on art. It's like, it's not like we're not creating art, we're creating products. We're creating we're creating a feed in order to feed people products for consumption. Like, it's like, unironically, I feel like that is the approach, like as if that is the purpose of art, and like that's pretty depressing.
Is like AI generated, because they're just using it to, yeah, as marketing.
I don't entirely agree. I see your point. I think most people don't really dig into all the nuance of whatever they're consuming, but I do think that this is the origin story of most artists. You're inspired by
think that's
something that
most of
someone else
the-
made, right?
I think that's most of the market that will get lost.
Yeah, so the point that I was making there is kind of lost by talking over each other, but my point was that, like, the fact that the art that you consume is human made is usually what inspires people to actually start becoming creative. When you're like, oh, holy shit, someone made this. How did they make this? And then you find a documentary about, like, how do you actually make video games? And then you're like getting into all of the nuance about programming, or maybe 3D art, or maybe lighting, or maybe level design. Like, that this is kind of like this is the entry point for, like, getting inspired to do art yourself. But if every piece of art you interact with, if the case is that, like, nobody made this, then I don't think that's inspirational at all. I don't know if that's just me, but, like, Jesus, to me, I feel like that's, like, I don't know. I feel like that is kind of like where people do get inspired from when it comes to, like, getting creative themselves. But I guess maybe the counter argument would be like, oh, but they can still get creative. They just need to use the same AI themselves as the creators used when creating this thing. But then I would say that you're not actually engaging in the craft that would have made this thing. You're just using the slot machine to create a product again, where there's so little care that went into every part of this. And so it just kind of makes you not care about the thing. It's just like, it's purely utilitarian entertainment value that you want to get out of it, I guess.
It's people who don't really care about, like, the artist that made it, or like the process they went through or anything like that. They just want something pretty.
And to me, that is the thing that is the most blackpilling about all of this. Is that it's probably just going to happen because nobody cares. And the amount of people who do care are a minority, right?
I think there's definitely people out there that do like to have stuff that's made by a human, because, like, you like to understand, like, their story and, like, what they went through when they made it and all that. Like, yeah, I just, like, even the fact that we're having this conversation is, like, I guess, like, evidence of that. Like, even myself, like, I'm not gonna, like, it feels kind of nice to have something drawn by a human as, like, commissioned art, whatever, just, like, pretty to look at, versus just, like, me generating something using Stable Diffusion. But yeah, it's just that I think
the big problem, though, is that, like,
for randoms.
I think the problem for me is that humans and AI generated things are going to compete in the same attention space, and it's basically going to clog up all the channels that we use for communication and sharing of art and opinions, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I think that, like, people who wouldn't know, who don't already care about, people who are specifically getting some kind of art and they're wanting to use it for a purpose, that wouldn't care about, like, what the artist went through or if it was handmade or not, aren't, like, they would be helped because, like, now they can get it for cheaper. And I guess, like, the artist will get hurt, but, like, kind of, like, in general for society, is it better for, I guess, people to, sorry, I got distracted by a chat hole, but is it better for people to get stuff, better for society if people can just get stuff, like, or they're more accessible to get nice art, right?
Well, that's a question. I think the question is really teasing at, like, what is the inherent value of any particular thing, but especially art, right? Like, if somebody hangs a painting in their house that is the Mona Lisa, do you feel differently if somebody says, like, that's the actual Mona Lisa versus this is just like a replica? I say replica, but I mean, like, I'm sure you can buy a painting of the Mona Lisa that's not like the real Mona Lisa, right? Like, do those two things feel different?
Yeah, or like Freya, that's not a question for you. It's a question for Radiant. Why are you answering it? God damn it. Someone in your family drew it, like tried to replicate the Mona Lisa. Like all of these things add a ton of weight to it in a way that just having it be cheaply printed or something or duplicated just doesn't. And I think that the problem with AI for me is that like everything commercially made is going to have that kind of hollowness to it. Like I don't know, I've had a few moments where oh yeah, I think he muted the stream for a bit because he had to focus on the game for a few seconds. Okay, so I do have a local recording, hold on. I did record it locally, so I think I can probably just find those few seconds. Wait, is the audio playback even working? Hold on. Oh no, wait, actually it's gonna be annoying to find that. Okay, well, it's only a few seconds, and I don't think, let me go back here. So during this, I think I was mostly just mentioning like an anecdote about how like, yeah, I was mentioning how I've had moments where I find a piece of art online and I don't know that it's AI generated, and I think it is a cool piece of art. Like I'm like, oh, this looks cool, and then I can start reading into it. I'm like, okay, these are the things that this author likes to draw. They like to do these kinds of shapes. They like these kinds of colors. That's kind of cool. I wonder what their inspiration was, etc., right? But the moment I find out that that piece of art is made by AI, I immediately stop caring about it. And I think that gets at that exact thing of like the context around a piece of art is crucial in terms of how we interpret that piece of art. And yeah, that's the thing we've been trying to get Radiant to like answer, but I guess he's a little bit slow in answering that question. And I'm distracting by answering Destiny every time when he's not asking me, he's asking Radiant, and then I'm like go off on a tangent, but whatever.
All right, I don't have a defib. Do you need help getting to the extract, or? I can't understand what he's saying. I don't know what the fuck this guy's saying.
Video games.
Does this guy ask me for help, or? Oh, he just got fucking ball shot. He said he's gonna sexually harass you? How you doing, buddy?
I don't know that he's not asking you. I think he's just putting the question out for whoever. Maybe, but I feel like the question was really getting at the heart of something we were trying to get Radiant to answer, and I think he already knows my opinion on that. Like, I think I've made my opinion clear on most of those questions, and so it's just pointless for me to answer because he knows that would be my answer, so... yeah. A lot of the art is consumed without the context, but it matters only knowing there were humans behind it, though I don't know if it only matters to me because I also do art. Yeah, I think that is kind of the... Yeah. I mean, obviously I'm biased, right? Like, I definitely do have a bias as someone who works in a creative industry, and it's hard to... I mean, it's easy to assume that everybody else has the same opinion. Like, in my opinion, when I asked if a piece of art that was AI generated with a few sentences and the other piece of art someone made in like a week with actually, utilizing their skills of having learned how to do art, if these two images were exactly the same, is there a difference in artistic value in these two images, even though they look exactly the same? The fact that so many people said no in chat, that these are somehow exactly the same, and the Radiant's intuitive response at least was to say no, that is wild to me. Like that just blew my mind. I'm just like, is it even possible to have this opinion? Like, Jesus, really? That's wild. That is actually hard for me to relate to. But again, it could just be because I do work in creative industries, and I think this is something that people who do art creatively think about, right? But if you don't do that, then maybe it is very common that like Oh yeah, no, art is just a means to an end, right?
Hey.
Nice, pretty good, pretty good. What about you?
I'm chilling. Do you need help getting?
This made you laugh so much during the live. I had no idea that he was muted. I completely missed that. So I just assumed he was listening in on all of this. I don't know if I said something that was like super important for Destiny to hear. Because I guess like at this point it kind of became more of a moderated discussion between me and Radiant, but yeah.
The extract or?
Your face is so ugly.
I can't. This guy got knocked out by the guy. Well, good luck. I don't know. Okay, fuck this guy.
Like they don't care about who made it or whatever, right? Like it sounds like you're saying we should subsidize them to use like actual human-made art versus like, you know, just like as a society we should just be letting them use cheaper AI art.
Wait, what? Excuse me? Is my internet fine? The video just started buffering. Oh, okay. I don't know if
'Cause they're not getting
subsidize
any
is the
value
right
out of it.
word.
Here's a question, Radiant. If you could get a better girlfriend who is an AI girlfriend, is that better and available to more people than having a real girl?
Wait. Can you hear me? I'm glitchy? What? I had audio issues earlier in the stream. You can't just say that. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I'm banning you next time.
Girlfriend? Is that better? Here's
You know, just like as a society we should just be letting them use cheaper AI art.
I don't know if
'Cause they're not getting
subsidize
any
is the
value
right
out of it.
word.
here's a question, Radiant. If you could get a better girlfriend who is an AI girlfriend, is that better and available to more people than having a real girlfriend? Or should that be like not an option for people?
I think it should be an option, but like I would.
I didn't even know how many people in chat are kidding. Like, are people serious when they say yes, or is everybody just like trolling at this point? Are they just like, yeah, hell yeah, that sounds amazing? Is that? Oh man. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, the like there's some of them that has like the meme emotes. Yes, those are joking, but like some of these are they? I don't know.
Would probably stick with the real girlfriend just because like I
You don't want people
I
to
get
shame
more
you on
value.
social media.
What if people,
Well,
what
I
if it
guess
came to the
that,
point to
but-
where the AI girlfriends were so good, you're getting like 30-40% of young men are choosing like AI girlfriends?
I mean that's just how society will go then. I mean like
Well,
That's insane. That's insane. That is actually insane. It's just like, oh yeah, well, I guess that's where technology is headed. We can't do anything about it. It's just like, what? Really? Really? We're just gonna give up on reality entirely. Like, fuck real connections. Oh my god. It's like, what? It's wild. It's wild. I Is it just like this like purely utilitarian hedonistic approach? Is that it? Like, yeah, that's wild to me.
what if people,
Well,
what
I
if it
guess
came to the
that,
point
but-
to where the AI girlfriends were so good, you're getting like 30-40% of young men are choosing like AI girlfriends?
I mean that's just how society will go then. I mean like there
Well, no,
would
but
be
we're asking
someone-
what you think. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think it's neutral? Do you think it's good because now more people have access to girlfriends that might not have had access to them in the past? Do you think it's a bad thing?
Yeah, I guess I'd say it's probably good. Yeah, as long as people are getting emotionally fulfilled and like we figure out how to handle like the reproduction.
Sure. Okay. Then the last question, I guess.
That's insane to me. That is actually insane to me. The only way I can justify it is like you just have an entirely, like, you legitimately do not care about how life will happen to other people, and you just want to maximize your own like pleasure throughout society or like throughout your life, or like, dang, I don't know. That's wild.
in like grade school, did you ever read The Giver?
No.
Okay. Is there any, so the question, the fundamental question I'm teasing at is there any fundamental value in the human experience whatsoever? So my example question would be, if you could put like a pair of goggles on and just live a whole fantasy life for your entire life and then die in some bed, or I guess similar to like the Matrix or whatever, is this a thing that you think we should advocate for? Or do you think that'd be a bad thing? Would something be lost there?
Like if the world was like, if everyone.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna lower the quality. I just realized it's probably too high. Okay.
Do you think that'd be a bad thing? Would something be lost there?
Like if the world was like, if everyone could just choose to live in a holodeck for their whole lives.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hard question, but I'd probably lean towards like, I have to think about it, but I'd probably say like it doesn't. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal, or like I think it's like pretty much the same thing. Like it's kind of like
Pretty much the same thing.
Okay. All right. That's his. Okay. So then your position is going to be.
difficult to argue against, I think.
Well, I mean, like if that's your position, then I think that would inform the entire AI debate. Like you probably like have a maximalist AI opinion on everything, assuming the outcome is good. Does that make sense?
I feel like as well, like I feel like part of this discussion that is.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're
sort
talking
of
about
being glossed
holodeck
over,
stuff,
but I feel like it's kind of.
we're assuming that AI will always
Sorry,
be
is my
able to
audio coming
like.
through?
You're coming through. I'm sorry, you're lagging a lot. Or like I think when you talk, I think there's like a 3-second delay on your hearing everything else. I don't know if you're connecting from the moon or.
It's so difficult to have conversations when someone has a delay because like you have to kind of be obnoxious when you're in a call with someone who has a delay, because if you want to like interrupt someone who's on a 3-second delay, you have to do that like really early in order to like try to account for the delay, and then you need to start speaking also account for the delay on their end, and you start having this like weird like back and forth where you keep like interrupting each other. It's so annoying. It's so annoying when that happens.
Real quick, we're making all these assumptions. We're making all these assumptions that AI will eventually get good enough to where like it could literally like.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. That's boring. Let's just assume it is because it's.
I know we're assuming it's all holodeck stuff, but like
Yeah.
I don't think that'll ever be the case.
Sure, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like, would it be okay or is anything lost? Because we're at lesser versions of that right now. But
yeah, then we're totally detached from real life. Then in terms of like how AI is affecting current society.
Well, no,
I don't
we're
think
not
it's
totally detached
from it because it still relates to it, and it kind of gets at the heart of the issue instead of talking about useless conversations like, oh, is AI art? Like that.
Well, yeah,
that is not an interesting question to me.
Well, but I feel like
is
it kind of.
Is it good or whatever? Because that's just the way it is right now, and it's going to change over time.
Well, but I mean, like, really, that's the conversation you're having, though. Whether you want to have it or not, at some point, that's going to have to be like the conversation. Is there some fundamental intrinsic value in humans being involved in some artistic creation? Like
yeah,
that,
no, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, that is the conversation you should have. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess part of like the is art or is AI stuff art. I guess it depends on how you're having that conversation, but it kind of feeds into that of like, well, what does it mean for something to be art? Does a human need to be involved? Is it the same thing if it's created by a monster or a robot or nature or whatever? Yeah. But a lot of people don't engage.
I just don't think that like whether it's good or bad has nothing to do with whether someone would consider it to be art or not. Like I would just consider it to be art that I don't like for other reasons. If someone wants it to be categorized as art.
Oh, you would consider AI generated art to be art?
No, I'm saying if someone did categorize it as art, I would still be against it because it has nothing to do with whether it's.
Oh, sure, but it would probably change how you would argue with the person, right? Like if somebody were to say, so like for Radiant, I don't think I would ever have the debate with Radiant about AI related stuff because it sounds like Radiant's position is fundamentally there is not any intrinsic value in like the human experience. Everything just kind of is, and nothing is.
There kind of is, but I don't. In the example you provided, I don't think there is. Like you're still a human.
But that example is so extreme. The example about the holodeck and just like isolating yourself from reality entirely, like what like it's kind of hard to think of something that's more extreme than that, right? so like for Radiant to just say that like, oh, but I don't think it's that big of a like, no, that is a pretty extreme example.
There kind of is, but I don't. In the example you provided, I don't think there is. Like you're still a human using the holodeck or whatever.
Yeah, but you think the experience you have on the holodeck is just as valuable or worthwhile or has as much value as an ordinary human life? Like
I have to think about it, but technically, isn't I guess human experience kind of like that already? Like it's all
Well,
like
you're interacting with real people right now.
Or at least you
Would
think
this,
you are.
this
Yeah.
conversation be different to you if this was in the holodeck? Like, would you weigh our opinions and our thoughts differently if it was all kind of virtual?
if the holodeck is simulating like actual human minds or whatever, like
I feel like that's a cop out. I don't think that's what. Did he actually answer that earlier? I feel like it's a cop out to say, well, if it's actually legitimately simulating conscious experience in the holodeck, then that's a different question. I feel like because then you've created a different universe, and that's a different thing. But like, I feel like the thing we're trying to get at is like, what if you did have the holodeck, but there's no there for anyone else in the holodeck? There is no actual humanity. There's no actual consciousness of someone who's experiencing that with you. It's just you experiencing it. Yeah, I feel like Radiant kind of like snuck in that extra thing. I don't know if he did that because he felt like the first answer was kind of unhinged and he realized that he needs to add a caveat to make it less insane. But yeah.
I would consider it the same.
Let me back up a bit. Our opinions and our thoughts differently if it was all kind of virtual.
If the holodeck is simulating like actual human minds or whatever, like I would consider it the same.
Okay.
Like it's not. I don't want. Like I feel like a lot of this like hypothesizing is kind of like presupposing the idea that it's not exactly the same as actual human experience. But if it really was like 1-to-1, then yeah.
Well, but we're approaching that.
Well, then you're
We're-
kind of saying it's the same thing. So I don't know.
and we're also kind of like approaching that. Like AI art is doing stuff that we never thought that it would be able to do, but it is doing that now, and it's obviously going to get better. So to pretend that there's going to be some hugely inseparable wall where it'll never be able to achieve some level of output is kind of silly.
I think you're overweighing like how good it actually is because it really does require a lot.
Radiant, we're not overweighing it. It's a hypothetical. We're using it to explore our intuitions and the limits of what we believe and to test our intuitions. It's not about what the current state of AI is. That's not where the conversation is.
A lot of like piloting.
It might, but however much piloting it requires is going to be probably multiple orders of magnitude less than the skill that would have taken to create what would have been created otherwise.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. That's why I say like it's raising the baseline, right? Like now everyone.
Yeah, I think it just believes that it's a positive. It is only a productivity thing. It just it helps people make art faster. I think that is his opinion.
One can come up with a super detailed like looking art piece.
Yeah, but the real question is like, are those art
humans as
pieces the
unique.
same thing as if a human would have created them? That's where our disagreements are.
I think artistically, yes. Assuming the human, as long as
Yeah, of course, we know your answer is yes because
That's wild. That's wild. That is actually wild to me. Even after all of the examples we've given, I feel like he even agreed on some of the examples about didn't he agree with the example with the ring? Like if you have the ring of a sister that you lost, like obviously you would care about that ring beyond the material shape and the material properties of that ring. Like you could buy another one that looks exactly the same, but this ring has a history and you have sentimental value attached to this ring. And that is something, to me, that's obvious that this thing has sentimental value. And I feel like there's something similar with art, that knowing context around that art adds value to it. And I feel like he agreed on the part with the ring, but then for some reason, now that's just not part of it at all. And now he's kind of reverted back to, oh, it's exactly the same. But why? Why is it exactly the same?
yeah, I mean you.
What do you mean by artistically there?
As long as a human is required to do something unique with the model to get an output, I think it will always be like artistically, like I guess, as like valuable as somebody if they just made it or if they painted it or whatever.
I think that is an insane take. I think that is wild to me. That's wild. Wait, as valuable or as in it has value?
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
Did you say
Freya?
as valuable as someone who like illustrated it themselves?
Yeah, just in a different way.
What? Well,
Like a photographer.
What do you mean by
and
as
someone-
valuable in that case?
In the sense of like how a photographer, when they take a picture of nature versus like someone who just paints nature. Like I think like it just be like two different kinds of value.
Right. Okay. For me, the value in the AI generated one, the value is in the creative decision making that led you to write that specific prompt. Like you can take credit for the words you wrote, but the output, I feel like you didn't really have much direction there, right? So I feel like the value lies in the prompt that you wrote to me.
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Consider if someone unknown to you swapped the ring with a duplicate and you never found out. Does that actually matter to your valuing of that ring? I mean, personally, obviously, it wouldn't make a difference if you never find out the truth of the fact that someone swapped it out. But obviously, knowing it would be a hugely detrimental thing to your perspective on that ring, right? Like you would have just lost something that was really valuable to you. So, whoever swapped it out was obviously doing something horrible.
I mean, like, again, like, let's compare like photography with like hand-drawn art, right? Like if someone takes a photo of a tree.
I don't like.
versus
I
a
feel like
tree
these are
draws
two
it.
different art forms. I'm not comfortable comparing these. It's like comparing a podcast to like a musical performance or something. I feel like these are two different things.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to compare.
I no, because there's people out there that commission, like back then, back in the day, people commissioned paintings because they wanted like a photorealistic thing on their wall.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's a style of painting. But I just feel like fundamentally, they're two different. Maybe at some point these were more
Okay,
similar.
fine. Let's compare those two: photorealistic art versus photography. Like,
Okay, then what's the question?
And what about that? Is Radiant always like this? Or, okay, maybe this is just the way he is. I'm hearing from chat that apparently he's often like this. Okay, all right. I get it, I suppose. I get it now.
photorealistic art versus photography. Like,
Okay, then what's the question?
And what about that?
well, I think that like. Hold on, sorry, I got distracted again by DMs. I'm really sorry. But
You can just not look
like,
at your DMs. It's possible. Just not look at those. You
No,
know.
because it makes a noise. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mute your
Like,
notifications. Go ahead.
I don't know how to do that.
Did you debate with or against Destiny? I mean, it was mostly a discussion, and then whether that would turn into like an adversarial thing would depend on his opinion. I sort of got the impression that Destiny hasn't thought about this all too much, and so I think it was a lot more of just an exploratory discussion. So I don't think it was like, because I think Destiny's impression or Destiny's opinion on this, as far as I can tell, is that it is very difficult to stop the progression of AI, and there's so much money behind this, and there's so many incentives in well, capitalism in general. There's so many incentives that makes it basically impossible to stop AI. But I think he also agrees that there is something being lost when humans are no longer involved in making art. So I think we largely align. I think there are some like edge case issues, and there's some issues around like what do we do practically in order to try to change this. I think that is a much harder question, and I think yeah, but I think he just hasn't thought about it as much, and so I don't think he has a super strong opinion on it for that reason. I mean, he said it himself. He said that like because it feels inevitable, he doesn't think too much about trying to stop it. But it seems like at least when it comes to like the artistic value part, I think we largely align. Yeah, so it wasn't really a debate, but I could have been, right? Like I wasn't entirely sure what his opinions were, but I got the impression again that like he hasn't really given it that much time. So I guess Radiant became the stand-in for the actual disagreement and the actual debate. Because Radiant was more like, I don't know, more staunchly defending AI, but Destiny was obviously not staunchly defending AI.
But yeah, basically just like I don't see like
I saw that someone posted in the subreddit about this conversation, and someone posted about Radiant saying that they're sending their best. That gave me some life. It gave me some hope. I appreciate you Reddit comments.
how how it could be artistically less or more valuable or whatever, just because like art is very like individualistic or whatever. Like
What do you mean it's individualistic?
No,
everyone draws
I
their
feel
own
like is
value
this
from art.
I don't even know what argument that is. Like, the art is individualistic. It's like, yes. What is like? What about that?
is this not part of the problem? Like what Radiant's doing now, sort of, is that it's not just like whether AI art is more valuable or whatever it is. It's
Oh no, wait, sorry,
people
wait, I got
don't
totally confused. Wait,
understand
No, wait,
Understand
let
art.
Uni, who can barely speak because of his fucking lag, let him finish his
No, no.
sentence. Jesus, go.
Yeah, sorry. People don't appreciate or understand a lot of the art they consume and don't care to.
Yeah.
So like the kind of when Destiny's listening to a piece of music with having some knowledge about music history and like the stuff that's gone into that, he's going to be able to recognize and experience that in a way that's different to just some random person on the street.
I think this to me is kind of an interesting like divide between people who like Rotten Tomatoes, for example. Rotten Tomatoes is a movie critic site where you can rate movies, right? You can kind of give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and depending on like how many people do a thumbs up versus how many people do a thumbs down, that's going to get aggregated into a percentage score for each movie, right? And what I find kind of interesting is that, or what I find interesting about this site is that they have a split between the general public's rating of a movie, and then they have a separate rating for the reviewers, like people who do watch movies professionally, right? I think it's really interesting in those cases where movies have a very like huge difference between the critics and the general public. I think those are really interesting cases because usually that can kind of highlight differences in what we care about in our art consumption. And I think the same goes for game developers. If you're asking the general public, like what's your favorite game, or like what's the best game you've played, I think the general public is probably gonna lean towards games that I might not have ever tried. Like it would probably be something like, oh, it's FIFA number whatever, or it's Ark Survival Evolved, I think is one of the top Steam games. Never played it. I don't even know what you do in it. I think it's a survival game, maybe. Never played it. But that might be a huge number of people who love this thing. But I've just never played it. But then if you ask game developers, like what their favorite games are, game developers are going to just prioritize an entirely different set of things, especially if you ask, specifically if you're asking designers. Because game designers spend a lot of time thinking about game design, and they're going to value things like, they're going to value creativity, they're going to value breaking off the norm in a way that the general public don't value as much. And so anyone who's kind of like doing quote unquote professional consumption, like critics or, game developers who play games, like any consumption like this is going to prioritize different things. So then you get this like difference in the Rotten Tomatoes scores, right? And the things that each group values tend to be a little bit different because of this. And I think what this is kind of getting at is that like if you're not using generative AI, there are so many more things to appreciate and value about a piece of art. In a way that might be mostly something that other artists and critics tend to be able to pick up on and appreciate. Whereas the general public might not really pick up on those differences or even care about those differences, which is very sad.
And I think that's important. And most people don't care to either make that distinction or ever learn any of the stuff necessary to appreciate stuff properly.
I need to redo my answer because I just realized where I got
It's
lost.
not a test. You don't have to redo your answer. You can give a different answer if you want. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give a different answer. Okay, what I was saying is that I think that the like when I was making the photography and art comparison, I was referring to how like I feel like AI when you're using it's more like a tool, right? Like where even though the tool can give you back a better like or like depending on the purpose that you're trying to get from it, like when I said making photorealistic art that you'd hang up on your wall versus taking a photo of it, like I think like it's going to be, as long as it involves like some kind of human intervention, then I think like it should give you the same, I guess, artistic value. Does that make sense?
No. All right.
True.
Same, I guess, artistic value. Does that make sense?
No. All right.
I don't agree
It
with
makes
that at
sense what
all.
you just said, but like, do you think there'd be something different? Let's say that I could send a robot into a forest and say, "Robot, I would like you to go and find the most aesthetically pleasing photo location and take a picture for me and come back." Is that this? And then let's say it takes a picture versus I send a human into a forest and I say, "You're a photographer. Find me what do you think is the most beautiful thing. Take a picture of it and come back." If the robot came back and the person came back with the exact same picture, would there be any difference between how you would perceive these two things?
Yeah, there'd be a difference in perception, but I don't think you're getting back like the same thing.
No,
like
let's
it's-
assume you're getting back the exact same picture, the same
No,
thing.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
You're getting back the same output. I'm saying as in like in terms of artistic value or whatever. Like I don't think it's gonna be like the same kind of value.
What's
Like,
So I feel like now he's changed his position, right? Like now there is some difference here that's meaningful. Maybe I wonder if Radiant got caught up on the term artistic value. I think I just said artistic value, but I guess the thing that I'm really getting at is just value in general. But I feel like when you say value, I feel like it kind of defaults to like a monetary value, I guess. So I feel like I had to insert the word artistic to make it a bit more on the philosophical end rather than the monetary value, but feels like he backed himself into a corner and doesn't really know where he's going with this point anymore. That could also be the case, yeah. And yes, Radiant is a random viewer of his, as far as I know. As is Uni. But I think they had like permissions to just join whenever, so I think they just jumped in.
like in terms of artistic value or whatever. Like I don't think it's gonna be like the same kind of value.
What's
Like
different
in
then?
terms of- I think the difference is just like because the human taking the photo is like this is the human saying that I think this is the most beautiful thing ever, versus the robot is just kind of like guessing or whatever algorithm it had on the inside figuring it out.
But then why do you think?
Like,
then I don't understand how does that line up with all the other answers you gave? Because it seems like before you're saying none of this matters as long as the output is basically the same.
No, I'm not. I'm saying as in like it's two different kinds of values. Like they're two different. Like I think they're both artistically valuable because you are the one that told the robot to go. Like it's just tough.
Then now he's going back to the like the. Okay, I'm having trouble parsing this because like now he's talking about the actual prompting of it, and it feels like he's trying to say that they're equally valuable again because someone prompted it, and that prompting in and of itself is what adds the artistic value. But the question is not whether it does; it's whether it's the same amount of artistic value.
Robot to go. Like it's just tough. Okay.
I guess
don't
where
know how to
does that
describe this.
artistic
It's
value
hard.
come from in the case of the robot? To you.
In the case of the robot, the artistic value, I guess, is just that like you ask the robot to come up with it in whatever algorithmic fashion or whatever.
Cool. So if you have a professional photographer who has trained their entire life doing photography, and they've done this and they love doing this, they're passionate about it, and you're talking to them and they want to take a picture in the forest, and then there's this robot that's been trained on all of humanity. And like, well, I guess it would just be the same. It's just no difference.
That like you ask the robot to come up with it in whatever algorithmic fashion or whatever.
It just comes up with it in whatever algorithmic fashion or whatever. Cool. That's
Like
the same amount of effort and value that went into making that thing, and you have the same amount of respect and appreciation for the skills deployed by the human and the robot, guided by the prompt. And the prompt was like that huge creative endeavor of writing that prompt. And you think
But-
the
also, wait,
the act
wait, sorry,
of
sorry, wait.
asking it has the same artistic value who's someone who's like spent their life like improving on a skill and becoming good at drawing and then drawing a picture or doing photography.
this
Or here,
all
wait,
needs
wait,
something
or actually,
very
wait. Here's a question. Here's a question. Okay, for this, if you have this opinion, if you prompt a robot to go into the forest and take the most beautiful picture, right? You're saying there's some artistic value in your prompting of the robot, right?
Yeah, I think it's like using, like, imagine like messing with dials.
Sure,
in
sure,
a
sure. Okay.
airplane or whatever,
If
right?
I make that exact same prompt, but I make that prompt to a photographer, do I still get credit for that artistic value?
That's a really good question, because that gets at exactly my problem with AI and my problem with Radiant's opinion on this, because it just doesn't make sense whatsoever to me. Because like obviously you would not be able to take much credit at all as the person like commissioning a photographer to take a picture, right? Like that's just, it's so obvious. But for some reason with AI, for some reason there's a switch where like, oh no, I take the credit for that one. It's like, why though? Like, well, what did you do different? What was the creative input you had?
Partially, yeah. Or not even.
Why?
No, actually, no. So I think it's the exact same credit. Yeah.
Why?
So
Assuming
so
it's an
if, so if I
artist,
so I
right?
could basically say like my artistic contribution or ownership of a photo, asking a photographer to go take a picture, is basically the same as if I were to ask an AI or a robot to go take a picture.
Wait, does Radiant like Elon Musk?
No. Well, no. I hate Elon. I think. I mean, yeah, I hate him. I think he's the dumbest person in the world. Well, I don't think he's like.
And I don't know if people got this joke, but I was trying to. Hopefully, people understood why I asked that question. Because to me, Elon Musk is like the epitome of someone who's trying to take credit for something that it didn't do. But I just had to ask. I had to ask.
That
Just
dumb,
checking.
but but like, yeah, I do think that like, I don't think it's the same thing in the sense of whereas like you could say commissioning someone is like the same thing as commissioning an AI to do something, because I think there's a lot more like I guess work that goes into it, but I don't know. Then I feel like you can make that analogy for anything that involves like some kind of like tool that is more sophisticated than whatever like baseline thing it's based off of.
Okay. All right. Give me final thoughts. Go for it. On all.
I do kind of like. I do still like legitimately appreciate. I do legitimately appreciate hearing Radiant's opinion, because I do think that Radiant's opinion is probably more representative of the general public than anyone else who's done anything creative before. I think anyone working in creative industries are just gonna have just a very different view on art and the purpose of art. I'm just assuming that Radiant doesn't do anything creative, but I have a hard time believing that someone who have done creative work would have these opinions. So maybe he has, and I don't want to like dismiss Radiant's like body of work, if there is one. But yeah.
All of you.
Okay, that is more sophisticated than whatever like baseline thing it's based off of.
Okay. All right. Give me final thoughts. Go for it. On all of you.
Okay, yeah. My final thoughts is that I think that AI in general, I think just raises the baseline for whatever thing that it's made to train on, and people will just get back more of what they want and kind of like, yeah. And I think people who are good with AI will make better art. But yeah.
Okay. Freya, Uni?
Final
yeah,
thoughts.
I can-
Oh god, I don't know where to. I don't know if I have any final thoughts. I feel like I outlined my thoughts pretty well. I feel like this is kind of the, to me this is I'm worrying that this is going to be like the beginning of the end of having a viable career in any kind of creative industries. It worries me that this is all going to be overtaken by slop, and any and all art and product design and billboards and construction projects. It's really depressing to me that I can no longer have this like fractal zooming in on all of these things where I can appreciate the humanity that went into every single part of every single corner of every object that I'm looking at. All of that is going to be undermined now, where I can no longer trust that someone cared about this and someone thought about this. I think it's really depressing. I think that was one of the things I enjoyed about life, that I could zoom in on whatever it is around me and get a human story out of it. I think that's awesome. And I think it's really, really sad that we're about to remove that from the entire society. And again, this is not just about my job, you know? I'm not just like, oh, I want my job or whatever. I'm gonna be fine, almost certainly. But yeah, that's how I feel about it.
And uni.
Yeah.
Wow, what's up? I feel like I got less haters towards the end of this conversation. I feel like some people actually did agree with me by the end, if I'm reading chat correctly. I think. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell because like Destiny's chat is very memey. It's mostly just jokes, I guess. But I feel like there was less haters by the what? Mr. Thorpe? Wah. What? How do I... No? What, are you throwing up? Don't throw up, buddy. He's like suspiciously swallowing. Hey there. Hey. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Missed the whole situation. What was the whole debate about, and how did it end? This is the end. But you can rewind. There's gonna be a VOD on my YouTube channel. This video is just gonna stay up. So.
And uni.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's inevitable, and there's not really much you need to stop AI stuff. Personally, I'm not affected that much, but I feel like the big thing that is sort of sad to me isn't just that artists are gonna like go away, which is like sad, I think, but it's that, well, not that artists are gonna go away, but it's gonna become unviable to make a living off it, most likely. But that people just have no appreciation for stuff. People seem to love slop. Even now, there's like people seem to really like slop as long as it's like the fact it's made for them by the AI seems special enough for most people. And
yeah, I think this is the most depressing part of all of this is that there's not enough people who think it matters, and because there's not enough people who think it matters, there's not going to be enough of a push for this. That is the. It's rough. It's rough. That's sort of why I feel like the cultural pushback is one of the few levers we can pull, and so like I just feel like we have to desperately pull that one. We have to culturally shame people. As like silly as it sounds, I think it's good to shame people into not using AI for creative work. I think it should be shameful. I think I should feel shame if I use it for art.
it's a shame that most people's consideration of art has been revealed to be so, I think, surface level, and yeah, it's slightly saddening for. I mean, whenever I'm doing creative stuff, that people don't care. But I think artists will still make art. It's just a shame it's going to be unviable, I think, for a career.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for this wonderfully happy, forward-facing conversation.
I feel like we all learned something.
WAI, W Claude, W ChatGPT, W
Oh, God.
you know, every Stable Diffusion. I love AI.
All right.
Do you want to talk about HDR? Or
You can give me
are you
2
done?
seconds.
Oh, yeah,
What's your
that's
quick take on it? Yeah.
Bro, wait, what was the conclusion?
I'm gonna drop off my internet.
Did you like it? Did you turn on HDR?
Stop.
Wait, me?
What is
No,
Freya?
wait.
What was your take on it? What?
No, I just saw that. So, like, what was Dan's takeaway after that? Where the HDR thing come from? There was a previous stream where they were watching this really long video where someone, I think it was the cinematographer, of one of the, what's it called, the Glass Onion movies. I don't know, whatever that movie series is called, the cinematographer for those movies. He had a talk about HDR as I was watching that, or half of that talk. And they were watching that on stream, and there's someone in Destiny's community that's like adamantly super hyped about HDR, and he spread some misinformation. He said something that's wrong about HDR. I think Dan said that like oh, maybe he was sort of giving up and saying like, okay, yeah, maybe HDR doesn't really matter for consumers for cinema or video, but it matters for games. And I have no idea what he meant by that. Video.
I think Dan just likes it when monitor look pretty, but the Steve Yedlin guy had a whole presentation on it or whatever, which I don't know how much.
Okay,
of
I
it
think
you
I'm like
watched.
halfway through the video, so I haven't seen the whole thing yet. But it seems like Dan was spreading misinformation in chat. I think he was wrong about something. I don't know if that's something I should be concerned about, but
Well, you can argue with Dan in chat about it. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Last thing.
Okay,
Last thing.
okay.
Did you end up turning on HDR or not?
I don't have it on any of my stuff, but it's just because it's annoying to make any of it fucking work. So.
Oh, okay, but you still think you would still use it, right? Otherwise?
I mean, I would use it because of how poorly supported like SDR seems to be and how retarded the marketing around HDR is. But the main point of the video was just that like HDR is kind of a big gimmick, and the way that it's been marketed and the way it's been spoken about is not very strictly correct, and that it's kind of like hurting the industry, like trying to move in that direction because there's just a lot of dumb shit involving it.
Okay, I think technically I need to watch the whole video because I only watched pieces of it. But like I feel like there's a lot of value in terms of like standardizing how people see things or whatever, and how these monitors kind of deal with stuff. But I'll
Well, sure, but like that
maybe
doesn't.
later.
But people don't
That's
always
already
view monitors
standardized.
in the same environment, right? So that doesn't really make that much
I know.
sense.
I think
yeah.
HDR puts that closer than what it.
Well, no,
what
it
it was
definitionally
before.
doesn't, right? It's trying to.
Yeah,
It's trying
I need
to.
to watch the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need to watch the video, and I'll make a longer argument or come with a better argument like later. But yeah.
Did they get into quantization in that video?
Quantization of what?
The color depth.
Like the bit depth for the color stuff? A little bit. Why? What about it?
Okay, yeah, because I do feel like there's value in terms of getting rid of banding by having more color depth.
So the reason why this
but-
argument. Oh, I didn't know this guy was killing people. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah,
I would have
go for
killed him. This guy sucks too. Jesus. Oh, come on. Oh, nice job. Good job. You got him. Okay, sorry. So I think the argument that was made was that HDR has 10-bit depth and SDR has 8-bit depth, but the problem is that HDR needs the 10 bits of depth because of the way the gamma curve is drawn in order to eliminate the banding. So SDR eliminates banding at 8 bits better than HDR would at 8 bits. HDR does it a little bit better than SDR at 10 bits than SDR does it at 8 bits, but SDR at 10 bits would do it better than HDR does at 10 bits. That bit rate thing is...
I was going to say that would still be an improvement in that case, but I don't know if that's...
Well, but
I feel
you
like
could just do
HDR is
SDR
such an
at...
overloaded term.
You could use HDR. You could use SDR at 10-bit if you really wanted to. Like, you could do that.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be significantly better in terms of just just having detail in dark colors, right? But I don't know if that's called HDR, because I feel like HDR is a word that has like 10 different meanings depending on who you're talking to.
That's the problem. It's become like a marketing slop thing, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, because like it is genuinely useful to have stuff that's like log encoded footage or whatever when you're doing like post processing or in video games as well. When you do post processing there, like that's where this kind of stuff matters quite a lot, to have 10 bits of precision for stuff, because you just have more control over post processing because you can expose things differently and whatnot. But
Sure.
for like end users, for consumers, like. Yeah, I don't see the argument for why you would have HDR right now, and I was confused about Dan. He made a comment that like, oh, it makes sense for games, and I wasn't sure what he meant by that, because he was like, oh, I agree with the cinematography part, but not the video game part.
Sure. Okay. Well,
Well, I can just fight with Dan about that, I guess.
yeah. Be careful.
DGL.
Have fun.
WHDR.
Bye.
Okay, sorry for nagging so much.
Oh, you're good.
I feel like I was yapping at you, but it's okay to say no if you don't want to talk about
I
it.
can't do that. I'm too cowardly interpersonally. But all right. No, it was a good combo.
But then you yell at me because I was clearly annoying, and then I cry, and this ruined my day. I was like asking in chat if he would be up for talking about AI like once a day for 3 days, because I wanted to talk about this with him. But it's so hard to tell when you don't get a response if you're just like being annoying or not.
Well.
Like, damn.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on and chatting.
Thank you so much for the thanks for the convo.
Have fun.
All right, bye.
Getting red ball. 1 sec.
Wow, that was the whole conversation. Okay, I feel like it went pretty well. There's definitely a bunch of arguments I could have made better, and I was super nervous in the beginning because like, because Destiny is a very intimidating person to interact with, but. And also because it's like it's an entirely different audience, it's an entirely different community. Like I pretty much never, I don't think I've ever had any like, or no, a real long time ago maybe. But I have like almost never done any like philosophy or politics or whatever on stream. So it's like my audience and Destiny's audience are probably very, very different. But that was also part of why I really wanted to have this conversation, because I don't think that his community gets exposed to this side of the argument pretty much ever. I've sort of, I really wanted to like, one, I wanted to see the reaction of the community to actually like have this conversation, and two, I wanted to refine my own opinions on this. And I know that Destiny does debate and argumentation basically professionally. And he's done that for like, I don't even know, like how many years? 15 years? I don't even remember. And I really wanted to test my own arguments because I've thought about this quite a lot. And if there's stuff that I've missed, if there's arguments that I just haven't been exposed to myself, I wanted to do that. I kind of wish he would have, well, obviously, I just wish he would have thought about this more. Like, I wish this was something that he's talked about or thought about more ahead of time. But it kind of seems like he just hasn't fully formed his opinions on this because he's thinking about other stuff, which is obviously, like, that's fine. And I do also kind of wish that I could have just had the conversation with Destiny, because I think it would have been a little bit more productive. But I guess it was, maybe it's good to get exposed to the normie opinion of Radiant, because I think he's probably more, I think Radiant is probably closer aligned with the general public of a very like dismissive approach of to the arts, right? Yeah. A prepared discussion would have been more productive. I would love to have like a more prepared discussion about this, and then I would also be able to prepare myself a lot better. I think I would love to have a much more detailed conversation about it, because I think there's still a lot of stuff that you could talk about and drill down into. But yeah, I think it went really well. I was kind of I was a little bit worried chat would just like hate me. but it kind of seems like in the beginning chat was kind of split. But there was a lot of people who just thought I was stupid. But honestly, when I read a chat, like this is kind of an interesting sample from like an entirely different community, and it's an interesting sample to see like what are the vibes that they get from an opinion that might not be very common within that community. And I get to see like what would people think of this opinion if they have no idea who I am, and they kind of already don't trust my opinions, right? And I do find it interesting that like yeah, even though there's a lot of insincerity and memeing in any chat, especially in this chat, I do feel like you can still get a sense of the vibe, and if people are like mostly leaning towards agreeing with you or disagreeing with you or hating you or whatever. And it is interesting to me that most of the negative messages that I saw in chat didn't actually have an argument. Because like if there were a lot of people in chat, like people in chat saying stuff like, oh, she's stupid, she doesn't know what she's talking about, like this is just emotional and she should get a real job, like these kinds of comments I don't care about these comments. They're just kind of like, it's just air. Because that's obviously like, that's not making an argument. That's just stating their own opinion of what they think of me, I suppose. And that's not really, it's not material to anything that we're talking about, right? And so if the biggest criticisms I'm getting from chat is mostly just like ad homs and just telling me that I'm stupid or whatever, I think that's a good sign for me in terms of that I'm probably on the right track. But if there were a lot of criticisms that were kind of valid, where like, oh shit, there's a lot of people who say stuff that I kind of agree with, but I don't want to agree with, and like there's a bunch of opinions in chat that I think would make good arguments. I didn't really see that, and so I think I'm pretty alright in terms of where my opinions are, at least so far. I mean, I've yet to hear good arguments for for the other side. Like I still haven't heard a good argument on the other side, so I'm obviously not moved by Radiant, at least. But yeah, I think it went okay. I'm glad I got the opportunity to at least talk about this topic in a community that's probably never been exposed to this approach to this conversation. Because I've seen a few AI conversations on Destiny stream, but I feel like they're almost always focused on the technology. Like, what is it that AI does and how does it do it? And the conversation is kind of centered around like, it's just a next word prediction machine, or like, I don't know, like all of those conversations that I feel like are not as interesting to me, at least. But I obviously like different conversations are going to be different levels of interesting to different people. Like if you are super into the tech of the whole thing, then obviously that's going to be more interesting to you. But I really wanted to do, yeah, I really wanted to explore this, and also just to see like what his opinions would be, because I'm kind of curious, because I'm aware that Destiny is like one of the most controversial people online. But if at least one thing that I can say confidently about him is that he is good at debating. He is good at exploring arguments and like all of that stuff in real time, which I'm not good at. And I really wanted to have someone who has that kind of experience to try to explore something like this. And especially because I care a lot about this topic. I care a lot about the future of creativity and AI. And I really wanted to have someone to explore those opinions with. Yeah. I wonder if someone like Alex O'Connor would be up for a discussion or setting up a debate around this topic. That would be really fun, but that's extremely intimidating because Alex O'Connor, he really knows his philosophy, and I am way out of my depth when it comes to that. I feel like my only contribution would be from the creative side of things, but maybe that still is valuable in that conversation. Yeah, that would be really fun, but I don't think I have enough, like, I don't think I have enough clout. I feel like both Destiny and Alex O'Connor are like way bigger creators than me, so I don't know if anyone is, if that's ever gonna happen, or if like Destiny's even if he even wants to have that conversation. But I mean, I would totally be up for doing that. That would be super fun, but I don't think I'm cool enough to join that club of important, the big YouTubers. Do you have like a mutual contact? Nope, not at all. Which is why I felt bad for like trying to get a hold of him, because I felt like I was nagging. Or no, actually we do have a mutual contact, but I didn't talk to him through that. Both Destiny and I have done a D&D campaign with Koibu. I guess that's like, that might be, is that our only mutual mutual friend? It might be, I'm not sure. Wish you pregnancy. I don't want to be pregnant, but sure. Which campaign? The campaign that I did was Embers of the Wilds. And he's done several campaigns. I don't even know how many. More than one. Oh, Tombs of Scoria was one of them. And the other one was Gnomes, Tomes, and Catacombs. And then I think there's another one, but I forget. You don't believe in the death of the artist then? You mean death of the author? I mean, death of the author is just kind of like a specific way of looking at how art impacts the world. It's not like a thing that changes the value we put in the input that people have on art. As far as I know, I think it's just like one of the ways you can look at art. Yeah, so I mean, the death of the author talks about a lot of concepts that has to do with the fact that like the intent of the artist is generally not as, it doesn't weigh as much as the interpretation that the general public has of that piece of art, which I think is generally true. Like the value that the artists themselves see in their own art is different from the value that other people see in the art, but that's just true. I don't know. I'm not sure what you were asking, but okay. All right. Any thoughts or questions before I head off? I was mostly wanting to go over that video. I feel like I did okay. I'm not a good debater, but I feel like I got most of my points across. There were a few things I wanted to talk about that we didn't really get into. I think the one thing that we didn't talk about, actually, that I really wanted to talk about was the trust aspect. Because maybe it just wouldn't be much of a debate, because maybe he would just agree with me. But the undermining of trust in communication, I feel like is a huge part of the problem with generative AI. And I feel like that erosion of trust in communication is probably the more viable avenue to reach any kind of legislation around this, because I don't think enough people care about the creative side of things, but when it comes to trust and like a lot of issues with social media of fake accounts and astroturfing, I feel like that's probably a more viable angle in order to try and get regulation in on any of this. So I think that would yeah, I think that's probably the more viable angle, even though I feel like it should work to push the creative angle. But I think the kind of harsh reality is that most people just don't engage with art in the same way that artists do, and so it's a really depressing state of affairs to try to push in that direction, because it's almost a losing battle. I personally think it's worth having that battle regardless. I think delaying it is also ethically good, and so right now I guess I still want to push back. Why did you choose to debate them specifically? I mentioned it before, just because like Destiny is very good at argumentation and rhetoric and just debate in general. I think he's really good at that stuff, and I wanted to also bring my perspective on AI art to that community, because I've seen a few AI discussions on his channel before, but I feel like they're missing a huge part of this discussion, and so I wanted to insert that part of the discussion into the conversation, because I feel like it's really important to have, and it's a little bit frustrating to see no one bring up those things that I would want to bring up, right? Yeah, so I really wanted to talk to him about it, and also just to try and refine my own arguments to see if like maybe I'm wrong. Like I don't want to be wrong, and so yeah. Can you share some constructive criticism? You feel free to just type it in chat. It's weird we have to justify being on Team Human. I think the other side would probably think that like being on Team Human means being on Team Endless Consumption and Personalization and this like hedonistic consumption forever. I guess, yeah. At least that was Radiant's take, I feel like. But alas, yeah, I guess we, I mean, Destiny and I ended up not disagreeing on much anyway. It just kind of became a moderated discussion between me and Radiant. which is a little bit sad. I would have wanted to have a bit of a longer and deeper conversation with Destiny, but I get the impression that he just doesn't have as strong opinions about this, so he probably just doesn't have too much to add. I think it just comes from an ultra utilitarian mindset. Yeah, exactly. But it's I didn't even know if I would agree that it's utilitarian. It's like it's utilitarian in a sense, but it's utilitarian from a very one-sided perspective of just like consumers. It's utilitarian for consumers, but then you're just like, okay, but utilitarian for do we care about the utility and the lives of creatives at all, or does it not matter at all, right? And yeah, damn, I feel like some people have this, like, I don't even know how common it is, but it feels like some people have this knee-jerk reaction to be super anti artists and anti-game developers, and I'm like, what? Did I miss some kind of discourse or something? I guess Gamergate was a huge, like, anti-game developer thing, mostly an anti-game dev critic thing, I guess. I don't know. I guess there's been a few, like minor recent Gamergate things happening, but it seems like sometimes it seems like people have this, like, default assumption that if you're a game developer, you're one of those shitty people, and I'm like, Jesus, what did I do? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I missed the discourse. I'm not on Twitter anymore. Sure, the feeling is mutual for AI enthusiasts. Probably, but I think one of us is correct about this, or at least I've yet to see any evidence otherwise. So I believe more efficient tools free people out of unnecessary work. Worrying about artists losing a job is strange. They will have way more work trying to meet demand. So the thing is that artists don't make art in order to get as much out of it, like as much out as possible at all times. Like that's not why artists make art. It's not, the purpose is not to just like get it all out there as quickly as possible, in as big of a quantity as possible. That's not the purpose of art, and that's not what artists enjoy working on. Like I mentioned during the debate, there's always been a bit of an uncomfortable, like, tension between the general public, what companies want and what artists want to do, but there's been a space for artists to actually do make money within a system that prioritizes spectacle and like appealing to the general public, right? Like, most artists tend to not want to do the most mainstream type of art that's possible, but companies want to make as much money as possible, so there's tension there, right? I think, but I think there's been kind of a happy medium where, like, yeah, I work at a company as an artist and I don't get full creative control, but I do get some creative input and I enjoy doing that work, even though it's not the most, like, creatively fulfilling, but it still fulfills you to some extent, right? So yeah, but then if the future of doing art at a company, if the future is to just type a prompt over and over again until it looks like the way that your manager wanted it to look, I think that is not even close to getting the fulfillment that people get out of making that work. Like, there's a lot of stuff that artists do because they enjoy doing it, but if you're forced to do it in a way that you don't enjoy doing it, like, that is just a shitty thing to have to do. It just sucks, right? Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, if you're asking, like, is it bad that people would not enjoy doing their job anymore, then yes, that's generally bad in isolation, at least. At the very least, I think we could all agree on that. That's not art, it's barely design. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I don't really get this, like, it's again this like super there's this massive or this obsessive focused on like there's an obsessive focus on productivity, and productivity is just not the end all be all of like why we're on this planet doing the things that we do. Like productivity is one aspect of it, and it's usually nice to be more productive, but if the cost of becoming more productive is that you hate your job, you're not enjoying anything anymore, like was the productivity worth it? Was it worth it? What did we lose in becoming more productive? And if the things we lose by going to that extent outweighs the things we gain from being more productive, then that's a bad thing. I think I feel like that is pretty straightforward to me. Because there's other things in life we value. I think people value having fulfillment. People value learning. People value a ton of different things. And I think those things matter. And maybe someone would say that that's cringe, or it's I don't even know what people would say. I don't know these people, but I think most people agree that people getting fulfillment out of their job and enjoying life, I think most people consider that to be important, even if they don't say it. I think it is. It would be really sad if the approach that people have to any kind of activity that you do is that you should be the most productive as possible in service of the big humanity machine to make products faster. That is depressing. That is super, super depressing. I think that is just a bad outlook on society. That is the way that, like, if you're like an ultra corporate, company, like that is sort of the way you're encouraged to treat you're just supposed to make as much money as possible. That's the incentive. But obviously that's gonna dehumanize a lot of people, and so you need some tension there, and you need to have people with opinions who can stand up and say, like, okay, the thing you want me to do is exploitative. I am not going to work for free to make the thing for you to make money. And so luckily, when you do work for a company, you make money because there's been some compromise there, right? But yeah. Anyway. All right. I'm pretty tired. I should probably wrap up. Unless there's anything else that you wanted to ask or so. I can recommend the video essay In Defense of Inefficiency from Zoe B. That sounds good. That sounds like the stuff that I've been thinking about as well. But yeah, another thing that I think I mentioned it during the debate of like the fact that it takes longer also adds to the end product, because when you're starting out making a piece of art or even writing code, like the idea you have in your mind in the beginning is usually very different from what you get out of it at the end, because while you're creating something, you're exploring. Like you're not just filling in the lines, right? Like you're exploring. It's exploratory. You realize stuff partway through the process, and that is going to shape the final results. That's especially true with video games, because video games is a really complex and huge medium. Like making a game involves so much that it's basically impossible to predict from start to finish, or like ahead of time rather. And so game development is inherently exploratory, but I don't know, if you think there's no value to that, then I don't know, that it's weird to me that somehow some people can think that the value there is exactly the same. That's bizarre. That's bizarre to me. It's bizarre. Anyway, real question. What are you working on recently? So recently I've been working on finally getting my update out for Shapes, my vector graphics library. I wanted to do the polyline update finally, because I've been doing like a really I've had a really old implementation of the polylines, and I need to improve that because it's not very performant, and I need to update it for the later versions of Unity. So I'm working on that. I've been noodling around a little bit with my spline tool. So I might... It's taking a little bit longer than I wanted to, though. It ended up being like I just started doing a bunch of math from my spline tool instead of actually finishing the tool, because I'm so bad at being productive, you know. I would have been done with this a long time ago if only I used Claude TM or Cursor. Is Cursor the... No, that's a web thing, right? I don't know. I don't know these things. One thing that's not clear to me is how much of the artistic output done at a paid job is actually art. For example, if your job forces you to create something in a fixed time slot that's much shorter than you feel you'd need, is your output still art, and is it more valuable than doing it using AI? I think it's still art because you're doing micro decisions within that piece of art itself, right? Like, I think there's value in those decisions that you make. If it's illustration, then you are making decisions about the composition of that piece, maybe the pose of a character. You're making decisions about colors and values and shapes and the types of strokes that you make and the expression of the character. Like, there's so much there that you have creative input on, where I would say that, like, yeah, I mean, at least under my definition of art, that would still be art. And on a more broader scale, the fact that this was the way that most art was produced up until today in society, I think adds a lot of value long term, because you can kind of take a piece of media and appreciate every single part of it and kind of have this realization that there's so many people who put love and care into every single aspect of every single thing you see on screen. I think that's super, super, super cool. I think that is something that I just love that. I think that's like, I can improvise a 3-hour conversation and lecture about rounded corners on, like, I don't know, on boxes in the UI. Like, the fact that I can do that, I think is kind of cool because there is so much to talk about. There's so much stuff that we've all collectively as a society, like, explored together and found out, the things we can learn about, things we can try out ourselves, things we can be creative with. I think it's so cool that there's so much information and history and storytelling in every single part of every single artistic endeavor we have. I think that's awesome. That's so cool. But then for that to be replaced with AI, where there's basically no story, the story is someone typed a prompt. That is just an inherently garbage story. I'm sorry, but that's just not an interesting story. Good Lord. Yeah, that's where I feel like the humanity is just getting, like, pulled out from underneath. And like, if that's the future of art, like I mentioned, it's going to be depressing. I feel like that's there's so much beauty in everything that humanity has created, and AI is just kind of like undermining all of it. Okay, anyway, I didn't want to end on, like, a depressing note, but now I did. That's not good. Okay, all right. Loved your video on splines, by the way. No worries. I'm glad you liked it. Can I join your lectures again? I don't. Well, when I do them, it's usually live on stream, so theoretically you could, yeah. You also have the human artist to put a banana on a wall, call it art, and sell it for millions. So here's the real truth, Christopher. The fact that you are talking about that piece of art means that is art. It has been one of the most successful pieces of art that got the point across so violently well that everybody knows about it. It's claps. It's just like, good job, you did it. Like, holy shit, that banana, everybody knows about it. It's just like, you just got the point across. Like, goddamn. All right. No pressure, but are there any videos in the pipeline? Ugh, I'm so bad at making videos. I start working on videos and then I stress out about putting my expectations too high. I really need to lower my expectations. And I also have a bunch of other projects. I need to work on, like, I need to do the update for shapes. I also recently had to do a bunch of accounting. I also want to work on Half Edge, the 3D modeling tool that I'm making. Like, I don't know. I have too many projects. This is where most people generally start a company. And I don't even have the resources for it, but I could probably hire someone to do some smaller amounts of work, like once a week or something, when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, video editing. But I don't know. I'm really bad at committing to decisions. I'm so bad at committing. So I don't know. I have a bunch of videos that I've started working on, but just never finished. But it'll probably happen at some point. I just don't know when. Because I'm too spread out. I'm too thin. Okay. All right. That's probably it. Thank you all for joining. And sorry if the Destiny thumbnail was a jump scare, but I really wanted to have this conversation with him. Especially since I know a lot of people don't like him for a lot of justified reasons. So, all right. What about shorter videos? I really should make shorter videos. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should really do that. It's just so hard because, like, I start working on a video and then there's related topics that I also really want to talk about. And then I'm like, oh, it would be like the perfect moment to talk about this thing from a different location. And then I start pulling in too many topics into the video. That's not good because then the video grows too large and then I get too intimidated and then I stop working on it and then I want to go back to a smaller project. Shorts make money? Well, I don't want to make shorts. All right. Okay. Thanks for joining, everybody. I hope it was interesting or otherwise entertaining. If I was your background noise. And yeah. Do I have any final words? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't have any final words. Thank you all for joining. Do I want to plug anything? You know how to find stuff. I have links below above the stream left and right. I don't know where they are, but if you want to go to my Patreon or social medias or whatever, etc., then feel free to click those W humanity to echo Radiant's phrasing. Yes, W humanity. There we go. I think it's good to be pro-humanity. Didn't think we would have to spell that out, but hell yeah, humanity. Humanity is a really good video game, by the way. If you haven't played Humanity, it's a puzzle game that has some really interesting and pretty crowd mechanics. Play Humanity. It's a game on Steam. I didn't work on it, unfortunately, but I think they might have used one of my tools. Or at the very least, I know that the company is using my tools, but I'm not sure if they used it for that project. But yeah, Humanity, really cool game. If you're interested in puzzle games, Humanity is a really, really cool puzzle game. All right. Thank you all for joining. I will see you all next time, whenever that happens. I haven't streamed for a while now. I should probably get back to it. Oh yeah, because I have my Silksong mod project as well. I have too many projects. I need to narrow myself down and actually finish one of them instead of like jumping between them in parallel like a GPU. Okay. All right. Bye-bye, everybody. That was Toast. Shoutouts to Toast, who was just climbing up the tree. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.